6 months pass and Jesse's face is on a magazine. Suit tailored sharp, a diamond ring upon his hand. Calloway calls him the Prince of Beale Street to the papers. Jesse hardly knows the man in pictures, hardly understands. The label bought him a Cadillac, the color of the moon. A driver named Frank who knows every Nashville street. Jesse sits in back seats now instead of boxcars rattling. Leather where there used to be a splintered wooden seat. Loretta rides beside him with her hand upon his knee. Talks about the party at the mayor's house tonight. Jesse laughs along with her, though something feels like acting like he's playing at a role beneath the borrowed light. The party's full of faces that all know his name by now. Senators and singers, men with money in their eyes. Jesse shakes 100 hands and signs 100 napkins. Smiles until his jaw aches underneath the chandelier sighs. Someone hands him whiskey in a glass of real crystal. Nothing like the jars that poured it in the bag back home. Jesse drinks it easy now, don't cough or wince or wonder. Just another glass among the many glasses he's known. A photographer asked Jesse, how's it feel to have it all? Jesse pauses just a moment, something flickers in his eyes. Then he flashes the practice smile the label taught him well. Says it feels like everything, but somewhere down he lies. And the diamonds catch the candlelight and the room don't ever sleep. And somewhere underneath the shine there's a promise he don't keep. 6 strings wrapped in diamonds, midnight trains gone quiet. Whiskey glass of crystal, I don't count them anymore. 6 strings wrapped in diamonds, drowning in the riot of a life I always wanted till I got it, till it wore. Big Sam sends a letter that sits unopened for a week. Jesse means to read it, but the parties never stop. Ray shows up from Clarksdale, an old friend looking for a favor. Says he's down on luck and Jesse's rising to the top. Jesse gives him money, gives him work around the tour. Ray smiles wide and thanks him, says he won't forget the debt. Jesse feels a little warmth, a little piece of home returning. But something in Ray's smile he don't quite recognize just yet. That night after the party, after the camera stopped flashing, Jesse sat alone in the back of the Cadillac, while Frank drove slow through empty Nashville streets. He finally opened Big Sam's letter under the dome light. It was short. It said, boy, I hear you're doing fine. I hear you're famous now, that's good. Just don't forget the sound that got you there. Fame's got a way of asking a man to trade his voice for something that sounds a whole lot like everybody else's. Come see me sometime if you remember the way Jesse folded the letter and put it in his coat pocket, right next to a folded contract worth more money than Big Sam had probably seen his whole life. He looked out the window at the Diamond City lights and felt for just a moment like a very rich, very empty man. Loretta's waiting at the hotel when he finally makes it back. Says you look 1,000 miles away tonight, my love. Jesse kisses her and smiles and says he's only tired, but his mind is on a letter and a hand-me-down glove. Going through the motions, laughter and reed tangled in the crystal air. Two sounds performing what used to be a prayer. Six strings wrapped in diamonds, midnight trains don't quiet. Whiskey glass and crystal light don't count them anymore. Six strings wrapped in diamonds, drowning in the riot. Big Sam's letter waiting, Delilah's long before. Daddy's guitar is buried under everything I bought. Six strings wrapped in diamonds, I forgot what I once saw. Nashville sleeps in diamonds, chandeliers turned down low. Jesse's before the mirror in his tailored clothes. Six strings wrapped in diamonds, gathering a little dust, wondering the Delta boy from Clarksdale really goes. The doors of starlight sound swung open to a world I'd never known. Wires and microphones and men in suits, more machines than I'd ever been shown. A man named Mr. Hargrove shook my hand, said, "So you're the one Ray found." A man named Mr. Hargrove shook my hand, said, "So you're the one Ray found." Let's hear that Delta Phi, everybody's talking round this town. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. One take to prove I'm worth it. One take, there ain't no other choice. I stepped up to that microphone with my daddy's guitar in hand. I stepped up to that microphone with my daddy's guitar in hand. My fingers shook a little, trying hard to understand. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. One take to prove I'm worth it. One take, there ain't no other choice. I closed my eyes and thought of Delilah, thought of that midnight train. I closed my eyes and thought of Delilah, thought of that midnight train. Thought of Big Sam's steady hands and every word of his refrain. And when I hit that first chord, something in the room went still. And when I hit that first chord, something in the room went still. Even Ray stopped smiling wide, felt a kind of honest chill. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. One take to prove I'm worth it. One take, there ain't no other choice. Mr. Hargrove leaned back slow, a smile creeping across his face. Mr. Hargrove leaned behind the glass, hand pressed against her chest. Rosalie stood behind the glass, hand pressed against her chest. For a moment I forgot the deal, forgot about the rest. There's a feeling that comes when a room full of strangers goes quiet, just to hear what's coming out of you. I ain't got words fancy enough for it. For a minute, I wasn't thinking about Ray's contract or Rosalie's smile, or the money Hargrove kept talking about like it was already mine. I was just a boy with his daddy's guitar, singing the same song. I used to sing on that empty porch the night Delilah left. The funny thing about heartbreak, you carry it so long, it starts sounding like the only honest thing you know how to play. Hargrove clapped his hands together and said, "Let's cut a record." And just like that, everything changed. Before the sun went down, they had me cutting track after track before the sun went down. Ray kept counting numbers in his head, already spinning around the town. By midnight I was horse naked, but I never felt so alive. By midnight I was horse naked, but I never felt so alive. First time since Delilah left me that I felt like I could cry. Name's gonna be everywhere. Under the starlight sound, they found a voice they came for. Under the starlight sound, I gave them something worth fighting for. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a record they're pressing to the chord. Sat down, his drink slow, didn't flinch at what I said. Ray sat down, his drink slow, didn't flinch at what I said. Sit down, Jesse, was all he offered. Let's talk this through instead. I stood there a long moment, fist still clenched down at my side. I stood there a long moment, fist still clenched down at my side. Finally took the seat across from him, swallowed down my pride. This is Kingston's truth, serving cold across the bar. This is Kingston's truth, serving cold across the bar. Everything's a business, Jesse, that's just who we are. He said, I never lied about the money, never lied about the fame. He said, I never lied about the I just left a few things out, boy. That's a different kind of game. This is Kingston's truth, serving cold across the bar. This is Kingston's truth, serving cold across the bar. Everything's a business, Jesse, that's just who we are. Rosalie's good at what she does, he said, keeps my talent nice and calm. Rosalie's good at what she does, he said, keeps my talent nice and calm. You think you're the first young man she's kept from doing harm. I asked him how many others, how many boys just like me. I asked him how many others, how many boys just like me. He shrugged and said enough to know exactly how this ought to be. I felt something cold wash over me, colder than I'd ever known. I felt something cold wash over me, colder than I'd ever known. Realized this whole shining kingdom was built on boys like me alone. This is Kingston's truth, serving cold across the bar. This is Kingston's truth, serving cold across the bar. Everything's a business, Jesse, that's just who we are. I asked him where Rosalie was now, if she was even real to me. I asked him where Rosalie was now, if she was even real to me. He said she liked you fine, Jesse, that part wasn't a fantasy. But liking and loving paid different wages in my line of work. But liking and loving paid different wages in my line of work. She did her job, you did yours, don't go calling either one of us a jerk. I thought about smashing that bottle across his self-assured smiling face. I thought about smashing that bottle across his self-assured smiling face. But something colder took its place, a stillness found its space. I looked at Ray Kingston a long while, really looked at him. Past the gold ring and the easy smile, and I saw a man who learned a long time ago that people were just numbers on a ledger. Same as records, same as radio spots, same as every dollar he ever counted. And I thought, that could have been me. Give it 5 more years of 40% and boardroom victories, and I could have turned into exactly this. A man who mistakes control for care, who dresses up ownership in the language of opportunity. I thought about Big Sam's hands, rough and honest, never once asking for more than what the music gave freely. I thought about my daddy's guitar, 6 strings that never lied to me. You didn't just sell my music, Rain, I said quiet, steady. He tried to sell me the idea that this is all there is. He didn't answer for the first time since I'd met him. Ray Kingston had nothing to say. Upon the bar, I stood up slow, left my drink untouched upon the bar. Told him I'll finish out the tour, Ray, but that's as far as far. After that I'm done with Starlight, done with every deal you spun. After that I'm done with Starlight, done with every deal you spun. He laughed and said, we'll see about that, kid. When the money stops, you'll come. I walked out of that bar and didn't look back once at his face. I walked out of that bar and didn't look back once at his face. 6 strings heavy on my shoulder, walking at a steadier pace. Sam longer than I'd ever wrote. That night I wrote a letter to Big Sam longer than I'd ever wrote. Told him everything, every lie, every golden shining coat. This is Kingston's truth, but it ain't the truth I live by anymore. Not anymore. This is Kingston's truth, but I'm walking out that door, out that door. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, and the truth we're fighting for. He said I never lied about the money, never lied about the fame. He said I never lied about the money, never lied about the fame. I just left a few things out there. Well, let's talk this through instead. I stood there a long moment, fist still clenched down at my side. I stood there a long moment, fist still clenched down at my side. Finally took the seat across from him, swallowed down my pride. This is Kingston's truth, serving cold across the bar. This is Kingston's truth, serving cold across the bar. We found a little house outside of Jackson, paint peeling on the door. We found a little house outside of Jackson, paint peeling on the door. Junie said it's perfect, Jesse, before I'd even seen the floor. I spend my days fixing shutters, spend my nights still playing shows. I spend my days fixing shutters, spend my nights still playing shows. Willie and Marcus helped me build a porch, the kind every good house grows. We got a house of our own now, small and honest, built by hand. We got a house of our own now, planting roots in Delta land. Ain't much, but it's the first place ever felt like it was truly planned. Junie hung curtains that her mama sewed before she passed away. Junie hung curtains that her mama sewed before she passed away. Said every stitch is a piece of her, still watching over us today. We got a house of our own now, small and honest, built by hand. We got a house of our own now, planting roots in Delta land. Ain't much, but it's the first place ever felt like it was truly planned. I still play the circuit song, 3 nights out, 4 nights home. I still play the circuit song, 3 nights out, 4 nights home. Well, they understood the balance now, knew a man don't always gotta roam. Marcus started courting a girl himself, brought her around on a Sunday noon. Marcus started courting a girl himself, brought her around on a Sunday noon. We sat out on my new built porch, playing a lazy Delta tune. Junior started singing harmony whenever I rehearsed a song. Junior started singing harmony whenever I rehearsed a song. Her voice was soft but sure and steady, never once seemed out of place, never wrong. We got a house of our own now, small and honest, built by hand. ever felt like it was truly planned. A letter came one morning from a promoter up in Chicago town. A letter came one morning from a promoter up in Chicago town. Said he'd heard the cold trio sound and wanted to bring it further round. Junior read it slow beside me, didn't flinch, just held my hand. Junior read it slow beside me, didn't flinch, just held my hand. Said you built this house, Jesse, but I never asked you to abandon your own plan. I sat with that letter a long while, looking out at the little garden. Junior had started planting along the fence line, tomatoes and greens. Coming up slow in the Delta heat, I thought about Chicago, about bigger stages, bigger crowds, maybe even bigger money. And for the first time since Memphis, the thought of a bigger stage didn't stir nothing much in me at all. I thought about Ray Kingston, about how chasing bigger nearly cost me everything that mattered. I looked over at Junie, humming soft while she worked in that garden. And I understood something Big Sam tried to teach me a long time ago. A man don't need the biggest stage in the world, he just needs the right one, with the right people standing beside him. I wrote back to that promoter and told him thank you, but I'd found exactly the size of life I was looking for. Chicago can wait its turn. Willie and Marcus agreed with me, said Chicago can wait its turn. We got a good thing going right here, Jesse, no need to make it burn. We kept playing the circuit steady, kept the house and garden growing too. We kept playing the circuit steady, kept the house and garden growing too. June is barely started rounding out that autumn, a secret we both knew. Sat that night out on the porch, getting a resting on my knee. I sat that night out on the porch, guitar resting on my knee. Junie beside me, hand on her belly, and for once my heart felt free. We got a house of our own now, and soon we'll be one more. One more soon. We got a house of our own now, more than I ever bargained for. More than I bargained for. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, and a family growing at my door. With papers in his hand, Ray came back the following week with papers in his hand. Said, sign right here, Jesse Cole, and I'll make you a household name across this land. He talked about a studio, a record with my name in bold. He talked about a studio, a record with my name in bold. Talked about money coming in faster than a river when it's cold. Oh, he's got Memphis on his close beside me, whispering, go on and sign. Rosalie sat close beside me, whispering, go on and sign. Said, don't you wanna give me nice things? Don't you want that life to shine? Oh, he's got Memphis on his mind, and he's putting it in mine. Oh, he's got Memphis on his mind, and he's putting it in mine. Saying, Jesse, this could be the best decision of your time. Big Sam sat quiet in the corner, fiddle resting on his knee. Big Sam sat quiet in the corner, fiddle resting on his knee. Didn't say a word that whole night, just kept staring straight at me. I asked him after closing time, Sam, why won't you speak your mind? I asked him after closing time, Sam, why won't you speak your mind? He said, you already made your choice, boy, I can see it in your eyes shining. Oh, he's got Memphis on his mind, and he's putting it in mine. Oh, he's got Memphis on his mind, and he's putting it in mine. Saying, Jesse, this could be the best decision of your time. I told Big Sam it's just a contract, don't mean I'm leaving you. I told Big Sam it's just a contract, don't mean I'm leaving you. He said, son, contracts like that got a way of making old friends few. I ain't saying don't go chase it, every young man's got that right. I ain't saying don't go chase it, every young man's got that right. Just remember who was here before that suit walked in that night. Big Sam poured himself a drink, the first I'd seen him take in weeks. And he told me about a boy he knew back in his younger days, a fiddle player twice as good as Sam ever claimed to be, who signed his name to a fella just like Ray, all smiles and gold rings. And 3 years later, that boy was washing dishes in a Memphis diner. His name nowhere on the record that made somebody else rich. I ain't telling you this to scare you, Jesse, Sam said. I'm telling you, 'cause somebody should have told me. Read every line, trust the music, not the man selling it. I nodded like I understood. Truth is, I already had that pen in my pocket, and Rosalie's green eyes were the only thing I could really see that night. Next morning, Ray was waiting outside with coffee and a grin. Next morning, Ray was waiting outside with coffee and a grin. Said, Memphis is calling, Jesse Cole, you ready to begin? I looked back once at the copper kettle, at the room above the bar. I looked back once at the copper kettle, at the room above the bar. Thought about Big Sam's tired eyes, and how far I'd come, how far. Just a bit. Rosalie kissed my cheek and smiled, said, baby, this is it. Oh, he's got Memphis on his mind, and now it's stuck in mine too. Stuck in mine. He's got Memphis on his mind, and Lord knows what he'll do. What'll he do? Got 6 strings and a signed paper, and a whole new life breaking through. Just as the sun began to fall, we rode into Jackson just as the sun began to fall. I jumped out for the truck had even stopped, didn't wait for Willie's call. Julie was sitting right there on the porch like she already knew. Julie was sitting right there on the porch like she already knew the exact hour I'd come walking up that road, straight back to you. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Ain't no crowd, ain't no bright lights, just a feeling I finally know. She didn't jump up running, didn't make a big old scene. She didn't jump up running, didn't make a big old scene. Just patted the step beside her, calm as a Sunday morning serene. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Ain't no crowd, ain't no bright lights, just a feeling I finally know. I sat down close beside her, guitar resting at my feet. I sat down close beside her, guitar resting at my feet. She looked at me a long moment and said, "You look tired but complete." I told her about Birmingham, about turning down that steady pay. I told her about Birmingham, about turning down that steady pay. She just nodded slow and quiet like she'd known I'd choose this way. I wasn't gonna ask you to stay. She said it wasn't my place to bend your road. I wasn't gonna ask you to stay. She said it wasn't my place to bend your road. But I sure am glad you chose it. Glad you carried home this load. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Ain't no crowd, ain't no bright lights, just a feeling I finally know. Loretta brought us out some tea, didn't linger, left us be. Loretta brought us out some tea, didn't linger, left us be. Willie hollered from the yard, "Don't wait too long now, cold to speak honestly." I laughed and looked over at Junie, feeling braver than before. I laughed and looked over at Junie, feeling braver than before. Took her hand there on the porch steps, didn't need to say much more. I told Junie everything that evening. Till I was leaving Rosalie's lies, Ray Kingston's fine print, every mile of road that led me finally to that exact porch step. She listened close, didn't flinch, didn't try to fix nothing or make it prettier than it was. When I finished, she just squeezed my hand and said, "Sounds like the road was teaching you something the whole time, Jesse. Sounds like maybe you needed to lose a few things before you knew what was worth keeping." I thought about my daddy's guitar, about Big Sam's warning, about every hard lesson wrapped up in 6 strings and a busted heart. And I thought, sitting there with Junie's hand in mine, that maybe this was what all that walking had been leading toward. Not fame, not money, not even redemption exactly. Just a porch, an honest woman, and a piece I had. Junie hummed an old hymn soft, and I hummed along, didn't know why. I asked her, would you mind if I stayed a while, not just passing through? I asked her, would you mind if I stayed a while, not just passing through? She smiled and said, Jesse Cole, I've been minding that since I first heard you sing true. Stay a while now. We sat there talking long past midnight, the porch light burning low. We sat there talking long past midnight, the porch light burning low. For the first time in a long, long while, I wasn't aching to go. Sitting on the porch steps, and for once I ain't in a hurry to leave. Sitting on the porch steps, learning how to simply believe. Simply believe. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a heart that finally can breathe. Junie's daddy was a preacher man, stern as a Sunday sermon. Junie's daddy was a preacher man, stern as a Sunday sermon. Marcus warned me, watch yourself cold, he don't take kindly to no vermin. I put on my one good shirt, comb my hair the best I could. I put on my one good shirt, comb my hair the best I could. Walked up to his little house, feeling nervous as a green cut wood. I'm asking Junie's father now, hand in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking Junie's father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. He set me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. He set me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. Studied me a long, long moment like he was reading through my past. I'm asking Junie's father now, head in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking Junie's father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. I heard about Memphis, he said, slow. Heard about the life you led. I heard about Memphis, he said, slow. Heard about the life you led. Heard about women, heard about money. Heard the road that you were fed. I didn't try to hide a single piece, told him every mile, every fall. I didn't try to hide a single piece, told him every mile, every fall. Told him about Delilah, Rosalie, Ray Kingston, told him truthfully, told him all. He listened close, didn't interrupt, just nodded slow and grim. He listened close, didn't interrupt, just nodded slow and grim. When I finished, he was quiet a while before he looked at me again. I'm asking Junie's father now, hand in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking Junie's father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. A man who tells the truth about his failings, he said, ain't the same as a man who hides. A man who tells the truth about his failings, he said, ain't the same as a man who hides. I've married fools who look much cleaner standing pretty at my side. My daughter don't need to clean, he said she needs a man who's finally found his ground. My daughter don't need clean, he said she needs a man who's finally found his ground. You sure you found it, son, or is this porch just one more town? I looked that old preacher dead in the eye, and for a moment I thought about every road I'd walked since Delilah left. the midnight train. The crossroads outside Clarksville, Memphis, Ray, Rosalie. The long walk back to the Copper Kettle, the juke joint circuit, with his kindness, and finally this very porch. And I told him the truest thing I knew. Sir, I've been lost enough times to know exactly what found feels like now. I ain't perfect, and I ain't finished changing, but I know this: every road I ever walked was leading me towards somebody who didn't need me to be nothing but honest. That's your daughter. I ain't asking to stop walking altogether. I'm asking if she walking with me, and if you trust me enough to let her. He was quiet a long moment. Then he stood up slow, held out his hand, and said, well, that's the first honest thing a man said to me on this porch in a long while. Jesse Cole. Said you got my blessing, son. He shook my hand firm and slow. Said you got my blessing, son. But you break her heart the way the Memphis broke you. We'll have another run. I laughed, relieved, and thanked him proper. Promised I'd hold true. I laughed, relieved, and thanked him proper. Promised I'd hold true. He called Junie out onto the porch. Said, girl, I believe he's fit for you. Junie ran out laughing, tears not far behind her eyes. Junie ran out laughing, tears not far behind her eyes. I got down on one knee right there beneath them evening skies. I asked Junie's father, and now I'm asking Junie to ask Junie. I asked Junie's father, promise her the love that's honest and true. Honest and true. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a whole new life welcome there. He sat me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. He sat me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. Studied me a long, long moment, like he was reading through my past. I'm asking Junie's father now, hat in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking Junie's father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I even welcome there. He sat me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. He sat me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. Studied me a long, long moment, like he was reading through my past. I'm asking Junie's father now, hat in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking Junie's father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. He sat me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat.
Reposition men arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Jesse watches from the window as they hook up to the car. The moon-colored Cadillac that once made him feel like royalty rolls away behind a tow truck, disappearing near and far. Calloway's lawyer lawyers say the debts have finally caught the numbers. Say the labels cutting losses, say the contract's now in doubt. Jesse packs the things he still can call his own inside a suitcase. 6 strings and a photograph and not much else about. Frank the driver shakes his hand, says sorry, Mr. Cole. Says he's got another job now, driving for a different star. Jesse thanks him for the kindness, for the years of empty small talk. Watches one more piece of Nashville shrinking smaller, shrinking far. He checks out of the hotel with the manager watching careful, counting every towel, every ashtray, every little thing. Jesse used to tip in 20s, used to laugh at all their fussing. Now he counts his own thin wallet like a man who's counting strings. Miss Hattie finds him in the lobby quiet, sets an envelope, says it's not much severance, but she wanted him to know that some folks still remember kindness underneath the ruin. Jesse thanks her, doesn't cry, though his eyes are close to those. He walks out to the station where he'd walked in years before. Different suitcase, different man, though the tracks remain the same. Buys a one-way ticket south this time instead of north to Fortune. Whispers to himself the sound of his own given name. And the station clock keeps ticking, same as ever, cold and slow. And the midnight train arriving is the only friend Jesse knows. 6 strings and a suitcase, midnight train is calling. Whiskey glass left broken in a hotel far behind. 6 strings and a suitcase, everything is falling. But something feels like honesty for the first time in my mind. An old man on the platform strikes up conversation easy. Says you look like someone I might have heard on the radio. Jesse almost laughs, says used to be, don't know if I still am. The old man shrugs and says, well son, seems like a hard road. The train pulls in with steam and steel the way it always has. Jesse climbs aboard with nothing but his suitcase and his name. No driver, no assistant, no Loretta, no Ray now. Just the rattling window seat and the Delta calling him again. Somewhere around the Kentucky line, Jesse pressed his head against the glass, the same way he had 3 years before, riding the opposite direction. Full of hope and a business card and a future he thought he understood. Now the future was behind him, or maybe it never existed. The way he pictured it, maybe the whole shining Nashville dream had just been a longer, prettier version of a whiskey glass. Something a man drinks to feel bigger than he is. Until one morning he wakes up and the bottle's empty, and so is he. Jesse thought about his daddy again, the way he always did when the world got too loud to think straight in. His daddy had never owned a Cadillac, never owned a diamond ring, never signed a contract he didn't read 3 times over first. And yet somehow, on that porch in Clarksdale, that man had seemed richer than anybody Jesse met in Nashville. Jesse didn't know yet if he could get back to that kind of rich before the first time in a long while, riding that rattling train through the dark. He wanted to try. Back the conductor calls the station, same as any other evening. Jesse watches farmland roll by, darker than before. He thinks of Big Sam's juke joint, thinks of Clarksdale's dusty roads, thinks that maybe going backward is the only way to move forward anymore.
just a sign. Daddy's guitar is all I've kept from everything I chased. 6 strings and a suitcase, I'm going back to face it. Dawn breaks slow across the fields as Mississippi nears. Dawn breaks slow across the fields, Mississippi nears. Dawn breaks slow across the fields as Mississippi nears. Jesse's eyes stay open, watching red clay come in view. 6 strings and a suitcase by boots. Riding on a cart's tail to the only truth he knew. Repossession men arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Jesse watches from the window as they hook up to the car. The moon-colored Cadillac that once made him feel like royalty rolls away behind the tow truck, disappearing near and far. Callaway's lawyers say the debts have finally caught the numbers, say the labels cut in losses, say the contract's now in doubt. Jesse packs the things he still can call his own inside a suitcase. 6 strings and a photograph and not much else about. Frank the driver shakes his hand, says, "Sorry, Mr. Cole." Says he's got another job now, driving for a different star. Jesse thanks him for the kindness, for the years of empty small talk. Watches one more piece of Nashville shrieking smaller, shrinking far. He checks out of the hotel with
cities in a month now, my calendar's a blur. 10 cities in a month now, my calendar's a blur. Woke up in Baton Rouge this morning, couldn't recall where I'd been the day before. They slid a paper across the table, said sign here 1 more year. Ray slid a paper across the table, said sign here 1 more year. I'm way far from here. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. Cotton fields and dusty porches calling me back home. I passed a field of cotton growing white beside the road. I passed a field of cotton growing white beside the road. Told the driver, stop the car a minute, let this old feeling unload. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. Cotton fields and dusty porches calling me back home. Fancy shoes, dust settling on the shine. I stood there in my fancy shoes, dust settling on the shine. Thought about my mama's hands and how different they were from mine. Roly called from the car, said, Jesse, we ain't got all day. Roly called from the car, said, Jesse, we ain't got all day. But something in that cotton field kept begging me to stay. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. Cotton fields and dusty porches calling me back home. That night I wrote a letter to Big Sam, first one in a while. That night I wrote a letter headed to Big Sam, first one in a while. Told him about the lights and crowds, but couldn't fake a smile. I asked him if the copper kettle still stood there on that street. I asked him if the copper kettle still stood there on that street. He wrote back just a few short lines, words warm but bittersweet. Big Sam's letter said, Jesse, the kettle's still standing, still smells the same. Still got that crack in the floor where you used to tap your foot. Folks ask about you sometimes, I tell them you're doing just fine. Selling records, filling up them big arenas. But I hope somewhere in all that shine, you still remember that the blues don't come from applause, son, it comes from truth. And I worry sometimes, way out here, that you're trading one for the other. I read that letter maybe 10 times that night, sitting alone in a hotel room 3 states from anywhere I called home. Rosalie asleep in the next room, Ray's contract sitting on the dresser. And for the first time in a long time, I picked up my guitar and played something nobody paid to hear. Him a long moment, something cold behind his eyes. I looked at him a long moment, something cold behind his eyes. First time I ever wondered if his kindness was all lies. Looking down, there's a delta in my blood still, but I'm drifting further each day. There's a delta in my blood still, but I don't know the way. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a home I can't repair. Jesse watches from the window as they hook up to the car. The moon-colored Cadillac that once made him feel like royalty rolls away behind a tow truck, disappearing near and far. Calloway's lawyers say the debts have finally caught the numbers. They say the label's cutting losses, say the contract's now in doubt. Jesse packs the things he still can call his own inside a suitcase, 6 strings and a photograph, and not much else about. Frank the driver shakes his hand, says sorry, Mr. Cole. Says he's got another job now, driving for a different star. Jesse thanks him for the kindness, for the years of empty small talk. Watches one more piece of Nashville shrinking smaller, shrinking far. He checks out severance, but she wanted him to know that some folks still remember kindness underneath the ruin. Jesse thanks her, doesn't cry, though his eyes are close to those. He walks out to the station where he'd walked in years before. Different suitcase, different man, though the tracks remain the same. Buys a one-way ticket south this time instead of north to Fortune. Whispers to himself the sound of his own given name. And the station clock keeps ticking, same as ever, cold and slow. And the midnight train arriving is the only friend Jesse knows. 6 strings and a suitcase, midnight train is calling. Whiskey glass left broken in a hotel far behind. 6 strings and a suitcase, everything is falling. But something feels like honesty for the first time in my mind. An old man on the platform strikes up, conversation easy. Says you look like someone I might have heard on the radio. Jesse almost laughs, says used to be, don't know if I still am. The old man shrugs and says, well son, seems like a hard road. The train pulls in with steam and steel the way it always has. Jesse climbs aboard with nothing but his suitcase and his name. No driver, no assistant, no Loretta, and no Ray now. Just a rattling window seat and the Delta calling him again. Somewhere around the Kentucky line, Jesse pressed his head against the glass, the same way he had 3 years before, riding the opposite direction. Full of hope and a business card and a future he thought he understood. Now the future was behind him, or maybe it never existed, the way he pictured it. Maybe the whole shining Nashville dream had just been a longer, prettier version of a whiskey glass. Something a man drinks to feel bigger than he is. Until one morning he wakes up and the bottle's empty, and so is he. Jesse thought about his daddy again, the way he always did. When the world got too loud to think straight in, his daddy had never owned a Cadillac, never owned a diamond ring, never signed a contract that didn't read 3 times over first. And yet somehow on that porch in Clarksdale, that man had seemed richer than anybody Jesse met in Nashville. Jesse didn't know yet if he could get back to that kind of rich. But for the first time in a long while, riding that rattling train through the dark, he wanted to try. The conductor calls the station, same as any other evening. Jesse watches farmland roll by, darker than before. He thinks of Big Sam's juke joint, thinks of Clarksdale's dusty roads, thinks that maybe going backward is the only way to move forward anymore.
face by his boots, riding on the clock step to the only truth he knew. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Jesse watches from the window as they hook up to the car. The moon-colored Cadillac that once made him feel like royalty rolls away behind the tow truck, disappearing near and far. Callaway's lawyers say the debts have finally caught the numbers, say the label's cutting losses, say the contract's now in doubt. Jesse packs the things he still can call his own inside a suitcase, 6 strings and a photograph, and not much else about. Frank the driver shakes his hand, says sorry Mr. Cole, says he's got another job now, driving for a different star. Jesse thanks him for the
spread beyond Vicksburg, past the river and the bend. Word had spread beyond Vicksburg, past the river and the bend. Juke joint owners started calling out, wanting me to come and lend my voice in 6-string to their weekends, fill their rooms up wall to wall. My voice in 6-string to their weekends, fill their rooms up wall to wall. I started traveling circuit style, a different stage every single hall. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, town to town on my own 2 feet. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, playing every barroom and side street, building up a name for myself that don't come with no deceit. Natchez, Jackson, then on to Hattiesburg, every room a different face. Natchez, Jackson, then on to Hattiesburg, every room a different face. But the same kind of hunger in their eyes, the same kind of empty space. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, town to town on my own 2 feet. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, playing every barroom and side street, building up a name for myself that don't come with no deceit. I started making real money now, but different than before. I started making real money now, but different than before. Every dollar had my own hands on it, wasn't skimmed off at raised back door. I bought myself a second guitar, a beat-up amp, a sturdy case. I bought myself a second guitar, a beat-up amp, a sturdy case. Started thinking about putting a band together, filling up the empty space. Found a drummer in Jackson, name of Willie, steady hands and a steadier heart. Found a drummer in Jackson, name of Willie, steady hands and a steadier heart. Found a bass man outside Hattiesburg who could hold a groove from the very start. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, town to town on my own 2 feet. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, playing every barroom and side street, building up a name for myself that don't come with no deceit. By the time we hit Laurel, we were a real band, tight and true. By the time we hit Laurel, we were a real band, tight and true. Willie's drums and Marcus on the bass, holding down the groove. Crowds got bigger every week, but this time it felt different, felt right. Crowds got bigger every week, but this time it felt different, felt right. Wasn't Ray's machine behind it, just 3 men and an honest night. There's a difference I was learning between being built up by somebody else's hands and building something up yourself. brick by brick, town by town. Willie and Marcus didn't answer to no contract, they answered to the music. Same as me, we split every dollar even. 3 ways, no fine print. No green-eyed woman keeping tabs on my mood for somebody else's benefit. I thought about Ray Kingston sometimes, wondered if he'd heard about the juke joint circuit buzzing with my name on it. Wondered if it burned him, knowing he didn't own a single note of what we were building. I hoped it did, but mostly I was just grateful, sitting in the back of Willie's old truck between towns, watching the Mississippi countryside roll by. For the first time finding out what it felt like to build something true, with my own 2 hands alongside men who wanted nothing from me but the music itself. We played 6 nights a week, some months, barely stopping to catch our breath. We played 6 nights a week, some months, barely stopping to catch our breath. But every juke joint felt like family, not a single one felt like a test. Willie's wife would cook us supper whenever we rolled back through town. Willie's wife would cook us supper whenever we rolled back through town. Marcus taught me how to laugh again, taught me how to settle down. Wow! We started calling ourselves the Cold Trio, simple as that, plain and true. We started calling ourselves the Cold Trio, simple as that, plain and true. Word kept spreading down every road, further than we ever knew. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, and I finally got a real crew. I'm riding a juke joint circuit now, building something honest and true. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, and don't come with none to see me through. From a hotel room in a town I can't recall. I wrote to Junie from a hotel room in a town I can't recall. Told about the crowd that night, how the music filled the hall. She wrote me back in careful hand, telling about her days at home. She wrote me back in careful hand, telling about her days at home. Simple words about the garden, by the hymn she hummed alone. There's letters passing between towns now, folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. Every word she sends feels steadier than any bottle of wine. Willie teased me something fierce whenever mail called up with us. Willie teased me something fierce whenever mail called up with us. Said, Cole, you're reading that letter slower than the whole darn book. There's letters passing between towns now, folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. Every word she sends feels steadier than any bottle of wine. Marcus laughed along beside him, said, little sister's got him good. Marcus laughed along beside him, said, little sister's got him good. I just smiled and folded up the letter, kept it tucked beneath my hood. We played a run through Alabama, towns I'd never seen before. We played a run through Alabama, towns I'd never seen before. Every crowd a little bigger, word spreading out from door to door. But every night night before I slept, I'd think of that porch and that hummed hymn. But every night before I slept, I'd think of that porch and that hummed hymn, wondering if a road this long could still lead back again to her and him. There's letters passing between towns now, folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. Every word she sends feels steadier than any bottle of wine. A promoter in Birmingham offered a residency, steady pay each week. A promoter in Birmingham offered a residency, steady pay each week. I thought about staying put a while, thought about what my heart might seek. Willie said residency's good money, Jesse, but I know that look you got. Willie said residency's good money, Jesse, but I know that look you got. That's the look of a man who already knows where his heart's tied in a knot. I sat on the edge of a hotel bed in Birmingham, that residency offer in my hand. Good money, steady work, everything a traveling man's supposed to want. After 2 years on the circuit, and all I could think about was Junie's handwriting, careful and plain, telling me about her garden, like it was the most important news in the world. Funny how a man can chase applause across 3 states and call it freedom, and then realize the thing he's really been chasing is a porch, a hummed hymn sung slightly wrong, and somebody who never once needed him to be anybody but exactly who he already was. I thought about Delilah's note on that kitchen table, watching you stay the same. Maybe this was different. Maybe wanting to go home to somebody wasn't staying the same at all. Maybe it was the whole point of everything the road had been teaching me. Started up the truck, didn't need to ask me why. We finished out the run through Alabama, every show still true and bright. We finished out the run through Alabama, every show still true and bright. But my mind was already back in Jackson, counting down the days and nights. On that porch, girl, I'm coming back to town. There's letters passing between towns, but soon I won't need to write. There's letters passing between towns, 'cause I'm coming home tonight. Coming home. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and any bottle of wine. Told the promoter not this time. I turned down the residency, told the promoter not this time. Well, it just grinned and started up the truck, didn't need to ask me why. We finished out the run through Alabama, every show still true and bright. We finished out the run through Alabama, Jess has never seen a city move this fast before. Every face a stranger, every street a thread unread. He follows the address scratched on Calloway's old car, past a barber shop, a diner, a church bell ringing clean. 6 strings on his shoulder like a cross he's learned to carry. Boots still caked with Delta dust, the only home he's seen. Beale Street opens up like a river full of sound. Trumpets bleeding out of doorways, pianos in the air. Jesse stops dead center like a man who's found religion, standing in the middle of a music he can't compare. A boy no older than him is playing on the corner, slapping on a guitar like it owes him something bad. Jesse drops a coin and stands there listening a minute, thinking of the roads and rooms and everything he's had. The record office door is smaller than he pictured. A woman at the desk asks who he's come to see. He says a name like it's a password to another life. She points down a hallway, says Calloway's on 3. Up the stairs, his boots are loud on wooden steps, heart beating faster than a train pulling from the yard. Whiskey glass sits waiting on a shelf inside the office, but Jesse thinks of Big Sam's voice and holds his 6 strings hard. And the city hums around him like a chorus he ain't learned. Every corner holds a promise, every promise has gotta be earned. 6 strings walking Beale Street, sunlight on the stone. Whiskey glass still empty, but the city ain't my home yet. 6 strings walking Beale Street, further than I've known, chasing down a sound that I ain't found completely. Calloway's office smells like leather and cigar smoke. Photographs of singers Jesse's only heard on air. He sits down in a chair too soft for Delta boys. Wish to hear if all this travel led him anywhere. Calloway comes in talking fast about a session. Says Thursday morning, boy, we'll cut your very first sound. Jesse's hands go cold and steady all at once together, like the moment right before the midnight train leaves town. Calloway slid a paper across the desk and said, "This here's a contract, son, standard terms. We record 4 sides, we see how they do, and if the people like what they hear, well, we talk about more." Jesse looked at the words, but they might as well have been written in a language he'd never learned. He thought about his daddy's guitar passed down like scripture and wondered what his daddy would say about signing his name next to a stranger's promise. He thought about Delilah's train pulling away in the rain and Big Sam's harmonica warm in his coat pocket and every dollar he didn't have and every dream he did. Calloway said, "Take your time, but not too much of it. Memphis is full of boys who can play guitar, ain't many who can play it like they mean it." Jesse picked up the pen, his hand wasn't shaking anymore. He signed his name the way his daddy taught him letters, slow and careful like each stroke could break a man. Calloway shakes his hand and calls him Memphis material. Jesse walks back out not knowing where the road might bend. Yes, his harmonica answers.
something I won't forget. Big Sam's voice still with me, Delilah's ghost behind. 6 strings walking Beale Street, stepping into my own time. Evening falls on Memphis, neon starting to glow. Jesse stands on the corner where the boy still plays his song. He drops a coin and keeps on walking toward Thursday, 6 strings on his shoulder, carrying him along. Dressing room with bulbs around the mirror's edge. Jesse sits alone before a show, straightening in his tie. Stares into his own reflection like it's someone else's face. Wonders when exactly that transformation passed him by. The suit's $100, silk against his collarbone. His hair is slicked and shining underneath the dressing lights. Jesse used to see his daddy's jawline in the mirror. Now he sees a stranger dressed for one more Nashville night. Someone knocks and hands him whiskey like a morning coffee. Says he got 20 minutes, Mr. Cole, before the show. Jesse drinks it slow and thinks about the Clarksdale mornings, when his only mirror was the river's steady flow. Loretta finds him staring, wraps her arms around his shoulders. Says, where'd you go just now? You looked a million miles away. Jesse tells her nothing, just a little tired, that's all. But Loretta's learned to see the things he doesn't say. The crowd tonight's the biggest one that Jesse's ever faced. 10,000 seats all filled with faces he don't know. Ray comes in to say the numbers, says they're breaking records. Jesse nods along, but something in him moves too slow. He picks his daddy's guitar up from its velvet case, runs his thumb along the wood worn smooth from years of hands. 6 strings still the only thing that stayed the same since Clarksdale. The only piece of him still standing where it stands. And the crowd is already roaring, and the lights are already bright. Somewhere in the mirror, Jesse's looking for the light. 6 strings in the mirror, midnight train still calling, whiskey glass reflecting back a face I hardly know. 6 strings in the mirror, further from my falling. I'm chasing what I chase for, but I'm losing where to go. He walks the hallway to the stage where roadies rush around him. Ray's shouting orders like he owns the whole parade. Jesse pauses at the curtain, listens to the crowd's low thunder, remembers juke joints where the only crowd was Big Sam's trade. The lights come up and Jesse steps into the roaring shine. 10,000 voices calling out the only name he's got. Jesse smiles the practice smile and lifts his daddy's guitar, plays the opening chord and feels a small familiar spot. For 3 minutes, right there under those hot stage lights, something honest broke through all the diamonds and the whiskey. Jesse closed his eyes, and for just that one song,
He wasn't the Prince of Beale Street, he wasn't a headline. He wasn't a man signing papers he never read. He was just a boy on a porch in Clarksdale, learning his daddy's chords by lamplight, playing for nobody but the crickets in the dark. The crowd roared like a flood when the song ended, and Jesse opened his eyes to 10,000 strangers, clapping for a moment of truth they probably didn't even know they'd witnessed. He thought, maybe that's still in there somewhere. Maybe the Delta boy ain't gone completely. Maybe he's just buried under all this shine, waiting on somebody to dig him back out. After the show, the dressing room fills up with familiar faces. Callaway, Loretta Ray, all talking numbers, talking fame. Jesse sits quiet in the corner with his daddy's guitar, thinking that tonight for one song he remembered his own name. Remembering the truth beneath it all. 6 strings in the mirror, midnight train still calling, whiskey glass reflecting back a face I used to know. 6 strings in the mirror, further from my falling. Big Sam's voice still with me, Delilah's undertow. Daddy's guitar remembered who I really am tonight. 6 strings in the mirror, searching for the lights. Chicago sleeps in neon, the arena finally still. Jesse sits alone before the mirror one more time. Chicago sleeps in neon, the arena finally still. Jesse sits alone before the mirror one more time. Chicago dressing room with bulbs around the mirror's edge. Jesse sits alone before a show, straightening his tie. Stares into his own reflection like it's someone else's face. Wonders when exactly that transformation passed him by. The suit's $100, silk against his collarbone. His hair is slicked and shining underneath the dressing lights. Jesse used to see his daddy's jawline in the mirror. Now he sees a stranger dressed for one more Nashville lit. Some knock some hands in whiskey, like a morning coffee. Says you got 20 minutes, Mr. Cole, before the show. Jesse drinks it slow and thinks about the Clarksdale mornings, when his only mirror was the river's steady flow. Loretta finds him staring, wraps her arms around his shoulders. A shirt, a razor, and a photograph gone thin. Jesse stands alone on the platform in the rain, watching the signal light turn from red to clock reads 11:51. 9 more minutes till the whole world starts to turn. Jesse thinks about the Delta and the cotton fields behind him. Thinks about the fires that a young man's gotta burn. An old woman on the bench is humming something holy. A soldier sleeping with his cap pulled to his eyes. Jesse holds his guitar case like it's holding him together, and he watches how the steam curls up against the sky. Somewhere back in Clarksdale, Delilah's just a memory, a photograph, a name he don't say out loud no more. Somewhere back at the juke joint, Big Sam's pouring whiskey, wondering if the boy he raised will find what he's looking for. And the whistle's getting closer, and his heartbeat's getting loud, and there ain't no turning backward once you're standing in the crowd. Midnight train to Memphis, 6 strings on my back, whiskey glass left empty on a table in the past. Midnight train to Memphis, ain't looking down the track. I'm chasing something bigger, and I'm chasing it real fast. The conductor calls the boarding land and swinging in his hand. Jesse takes one long look at the town he's leaving cold. Every porch light, every steeple, every dirt road that he's walked, getting smaller in the darkness, like a story getting told. He climbs the steps with his boots still muddy from the rain, finds a window seat where the glass is cool against his palm. The whistle screams so loud it rattles every bone inside him, and the wheels start turning slow, then they turn into a song. Jesse pressed his forehead to that window glass and watched Mississippi disappear behind a curtain of rain and smoke. He thought about his daddy, dead 6 years now, who used to say a guitar was just a voice for the things a man couldn't say with his mouth. He thought about the calluses on his fingers, built up from 100 nights in rooms just like the one he left. And he thought about Mr. Calloway's card, still creased from where he'd folded and unfolded it a dozen times just to make sure it was real. Memphis was 300 miles of dark track away, and Jesse didn't know a single soul in that city. No bar, no room, no friendly face, just a name on a business card and a promise that might turn out to be nothing more than smoke. But the wheels were already turning, and there wasn't a man alive who could stop this train now, least of all Jesse Cole. Other passengers are sleeping heads against the glass. Jesse pulls his 6 strings closer like a child he's got a guard. He thinks about the label, thinks about the money, thinks about a stage instead of a splintered juke joint yard.
Sam's blessing, riding with me, Delilah's fading light. Midnight train to Memphis, I'm gonna make it right. Dawn is breaking pink and gray across the Tennessee line. Tess's eyes stay open, watching Memphis come in view. 6 strings resting on his lap, harmonica in his pocket, whiskey glass forgotten. There's a whole new life to choose.
Sleeping later, waking up before I'd rise. She started sleeping later, waking up before I'd rise. I'd catch her staring out the window with a distance in her eyes. I asked her once what's troubling her. She said nothing, I'm just tired. She asked her once what's troubling her. She said nothing, I'm just tired. But tired don't explain the way her warmth has slow retired. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. I keep asking what I did wrong, but she won't say it plain. She used to wait by the stage door, now she waits in the car instead. She used to wait by the stage door, now she waits in the car instead. Used to hang on every word I sang, now there's just quiet words unsaid. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. I keep asking what I did wrong, but she won't say it plain. I saw her one night on the phone, voice low back turned to me. I saw her one night on the phone, voice low back turned to me. Called the name Ray, fall soft between the words I couldn't see. I told myself it's business, that's all it's ever been. I told myself it's business, that's all it's ever been. But something in my gut kept whispering what my mind wouldn't let in. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. I keep asking what I did wrong, but she won't say it plain. I brought her flowers on Tuesday, tried to bring the old spark back. I brought her flowers on a Tuesday, tried to bring the old spark back. She smiled polite and thanked me kindly, but her eyes stayed on the black. I asked her straight, do you still love me? Or is this just a show? I asked her straight, do you still love me? Or is this just a show? She looked at me a long, long moment and said, Jesse, I don't rightly know. That answer sat heavier on me than any fine print Ray ever wrote. I'd spent so long fighting for percentages and contracts, I never stopped to ask if the woman standing next to me through it all was even still standing there for me, or just for what I'd become. I thought about Delilah, about the note she left on that kitchen table. I can't live here watching you stay the same. Funny how a man can
can change. So much on the outside, the suits, the crowds, the 40%, and still end up losing a woman for reasons that sound near the same. Rosalie touched my hand that night, gentle, almost sad, like she was already saying goodbye without the words to match. I ain't leaving yet, she said, but I don't know how much longer I can watch you disappear.
Sleep that whole night through, guitar resting on my chest. I didn't sleep that whole night through, guitar resting on my chest. Kept replaying every word she said, searching for what I'd confess. By morning she was gone before I woke, no left on the stand. By morning she was gone before I woke, no left on the stand. Said gone to clear my head a while. Jesse, try to understand. I sat there with that folded note, feeling the room grow wide. I sat there with that folded note, feeling the room grow wide, wondering if every woman in my life was destined just to leave my side. There's a silence coming on Rosalie, and now she's finally gone. There's a silence coming on Rosalie, but I gotta carry on. I got 6 strings on my shoulder and another empty dawn. Miss Odessa, sharp and kind. The owner was a woman named Miss Odessa, sharp and kind. Said, you play that thing for real, or you just wasting my time. One night in Vicksburg, down along the river's edge. One night in Vicksburg, standing on a different kind of ledge. Every town's got its own story, every stranger's got a pledge. I sat down on that little stage, tuned my strings up nice and tight. I sat down on that little stage, tuned my strings up nice and tight. The room went quiet, slow around me, like they sensed I'd bring the light. One night in Vicksburg, down along the river's edge. One night in Vicksburg, standing on a different kind of ledge. Every town's got its own story, every stranger's got a pledge. I played them songs about Delilah, songs about the midnight train. I played them songs about Delilah, songs about the midnight train. Songs about a cage of gold and every ounce of hard-earned pain. An old riverboat man in the corner wiped a tear he tried to hide. An old riverboat man in the corner wiped a tear he tried to hide. Said, boy, you singing my whole life, and I ain't never told a soul, but you just testified. Miss Odessa poured me whiskey, said that one's on the house. Miss Odessa poured me whiskey, said that one's on the house. Ain't heard truth like that in this room since my late husband's final vows. One night in Vicksburg, down along the river's edge. One night in Vicksburg, standing on a different kind of ledge. Every town's got its own story, every stranger's got a pledge. I played till near about closing time, voice near ragged, hands worn thin. I played till near about closing time, voice near ragged, hands worn thin. But every song felt lighter than the one that came before it, like shedding skin. Miss Odessa offered me the back room, said stay as long as you need. Miss Odessa offered me the back room, said stay as long as you need. Man who plays like that deserves a roof, deserves a chance to plant a seed. I laid awake that night in Miss Odessa's back room, listening to the river moving slow past the window, and I thought about something that old riverboat man said to me. You singing my whole life. That's when it hit me clear, clearer than it ever had in Memphis. With all them lights and all them numbers Ray kept counting. The music was never about making myself into somebody bigger. It was about giving folks a place to put down what they've been carrying along. Delilah's leaving, Rosalie's silence, Ray's fine print, all of it had just been teaching me how to carry other people's hurt inside a song. Gentle enough that they could finally set their own hurt down for a minute. I thought about Big Sam's words about the blues not coming from applause. I understood them fully now, laying in that quiet room by the river. The blues comes from being honest enough to let a stranger see you clear. Miss Odessa's little bar got full of words, spreading left and right. Folks came from towns I'd never heard of just to hear the Delta sound. Folks came from towns I'd never heard of just to hear the Delta sound. I wasn't chasing fame no more, but somehow fame kept finding its way around. Settling down, I told her the road still called me softer now, less like a frown. Said there's towns further on that need a song they ain't heard yet. She smiled and said, well, don't be a stranger, Jesse, this river don't forget. One night in Vicksburg turned to many, and I'm grateful for them all. One night in Vicksburg taught me something bigger than any concert hall. Yeah, the town's got its own story, every stranger's got a pledge. I sat down on that little stage, playing every single night.
Every town's got its own story, every stranger's got a pledge. I stepped down on that little stage, tuned my strings up nice and tight. I sat down on that little stage.
Race car was shinier than anything I'd ever rode in my life. Race car was shinier than anything I'd ever rode in my life. Rosalie up front, singing along, cutting through the morning like a knife. We passed the fields where I once picked cotton till my hands turned raw. We passed the fields where I once picked cotton till my hands turned raw. I pressed my face against the window, tried to swallow all I saw. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Leaving everything behind me for a life that's just begun. We talked the whole way up there about the studio and the sound. We talked the whole way up there about the studio and the sound. Said they're gonna hear you, Jesse Cole, all across this town and beyond. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Leaving everything behind me for a life that's just begun. I thought about Big Sam standing in the doorway, arms crossed tight. I thought about Big Sam standing in the doorway, arms crossed tight. Didn't wave goodbye, just watched us drive off into the light. Rosalie squeezed my hand and said, "Don't you look back now, baby." Rosalie squeezed my hand and said, "Don't you look back now, baby." But something in my chest kept aching like an old familiar melody. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Leaving everything behind me for a life that's just begun. Well, we stopped for gas outside of town, I didn't know the name. We stopped for gas outside of town, I didn't know the name. We bought cigarettes and coffee, said, "Kid, ain't nothing gonna be the same." I stepped outside and stretched my legs, looked up at the wide open sky. I stepped outside and stretched my legs, looked up at the wide open sky. Wondered if Delilah ever saw this same road when she said goodbye. There's a strange kind of quiet that comes over a man when he realizes he's already too far gone to turn around. I stood by that gas station, 6 strings resting against my leg, and I thought about every road that brought me here. The midnight train that took Delilah, the crossroads outside Clarksville, Big Sam's hand on my shoulder, the first night he called me something more than a stranger. Ray honked the horn, said, "Come on, Jesse. Memphis, don't wait for nobody." I climbed back in that car, Rosalie smiled at me like I was already famous. I smiled back, but my heart was still standing at the gas station, watching the road behind me disappear into the dust.
it don't have none. By the time we hit the city lights, my hands, it don't have none. Memphis rose up all around us like the beat of a giant drum. Neon signs and blaring horns, more people than I'd ever seen. Neon signs and blaring horns, more people than I'd ever seen. We grinned wide and said, welcome home, kid, to where you're meant to be. Sign that read Starlight Sound. We pulled up to a building with a sign that read Starlight Sound. My heart was racing faster than I'd ever felt it pound. Highway to Memphis, and now the highway's done. Highway to Memphis, under a brand new rising sun. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a whole race to run. Cities Jesse can't recall. St. Louis blurs to Kansas City, blurs to who knows where. Every hotel room, the same gold curtains, same tall mirror. Every whiskey glass refilled by hands that seem to care. Red books, the schedule tighter, says strike while the iron's hot. 3 shows a week becomes near 5, then 6 without a rest. Jesse's voice grows rougher, but the crowds don't seem to notice. They just want the diamond prince to give them all his best. Loretta tries to slow him, says you're running yourself thin. Jesse waves her off and says, this is what the people pay. She watches from the wings each night with worry in her posture, watching how his hands now shake before the whiskey's laid. A woman finds him after shows now, different every city. Says she loves his music, says she's followed him for years. Jesse's lonely in the crowd of 10,000 people cheering. Sometimes lets the loneliness dissolve into severed fears. Loretta finds a lipstick on a collar in Ohio. Doesn't say a word but packs a bag before the dawn. Jesse wakes up to a note instead of her beside him. I love the boy from Clarksdale, I don't know where he's gone. He reads it twice and sets it down and reaches for the whiskey. 3rd one of the morning, doesn't count them anymore. Ray walks in with schedules, doesn't ask about Loretta, just says we got Cleveland tonight and shuts the hotel door. And the rooms all start to blur now, and the faces start to fade. And somewhere back in Clarksdale, there's a debt he hasn't paid. 6 strings and too many rooms, midnight train forgotten. Whiskey glass keeps filling up while everything I love walks out. 6 strings and too many rooms, everything feels rotten. I used to know the reason why I sing, but now I doubt. Big Sam writes another letter,
This one's shorter than the last. Says, I heard about the girl, son, I'm sorry that she's gone. A man can't chase the whole world and hold on to what matters. You're running faster, Jesse, but I fear you're running wrong. Jesse folds the letter smaller than the ones before it, puts it with the others in a drawer he doesn't check. Ray knocks again with contracts, bigger numbers, bigger cities. Jesse signs without much reading, adds another check. Somewhere around Cleveland, in a room that looked exactly like every other room he'd slept in for the past 6 months. Jesse woke up at 4 in the morning and didn't know what city he was in. He lay there in the dark listening to his own heartbeat and realized he couldn't remember the last time he played guitar just because he wanted to. Not for a crowd, not for a check, not for Callaway, not even for himself, just for the simple joy of a chord ringing true in an empty room. He thought about Loretta's note, folded somewhere in his jacket pocket, but the paper going soft from how many times he'd unfolded it and read it again. He thought about Delilah on that first midnight train, so many years and so many rooms ago. He thought, when did leaving become the only thing I know how to do? He didn't have an answer, he just lay there until the sun came up gray through the curtains. And then he got up and got dressed, because there was a show that night. And the show, Ray always said, the show must go on. Cleveland's crowd don't know Loretta's gone, don't know about the letters, don't know the whiskey glasses stacking higher every night. They just want the music, want the diamond prince performing. Jesse gives it to them high as the hollow out of sight. County room calls out, where'd everybody go? Jess's harmonica answers, quiet and slow. Silence and retangled in the hollow air, two sounds searching for a love that isn't there. 6 strings in too many rooms, midnight train forgotten. A whiskey glass keeps filling up while everything I love walks out. 6 strings in too many rooms, everything feels rotten. Big Sam's letters piling up, I can't make out. Daddy's guitar is heavy now with everything I lost. 6 strings in too many rooms, I'm counting up the cost. Cleveland empties out at midnight, buses waiting in the rain. Jesse climbs aboard alone, Loretta's note still creaks. 6 strings in the seat beside him, like the last true friend he's got. Riding on to one more city, one more show, one more feast. Oh, the talk keeps rolling on through cities Jesse can't recall. St. Louis blurs to Kansas City, blurs to who knows where. Every hotel room, the same gold curtain, the same tall mirror. Every whiskey glass refilled by hands that seem to care. Red books the schedule tighter, says strike while the iron's hot. 3 shows a week becomes near 5, then 6 without a rest. Jesse's voice grows rougher, but the crowds don't seem to notice. They just want the diamond prince to give them all his best. Loretta tries to slow him, says you're Thursday morning breaks with dew on Beale Street Stone. Jesse walks alone with boots that echoed down the block. The studio door is propped by a man with cigarette smoke. Says you're cold, get on in, we're already on the clock. Inside the room is small with wires taped along the floor. A microphone hangs down like a silver preacher's mouth. Jesse sets his amp up, shaking just a little, thinking of his daddy's hands that built this sound down south. Calloway's behind the glass with headphones on his ears. Says, give me something real, boy, don't you play me safe. Jesse tunes his six-string slow, remembering the Delta, remembering the porch where his daddy learned to play. The engineer counts down with fingers in the air. 3, then 2, then 1, then silence holds the room. Jesse closes both his eyes and sees the midnight train again. Sees Delilah's face still hanging like a fading moon. First take comes out shaky. Calloway shakes his head. Says you're playing like you're scared, boy, play it like you're free. Jesse thinks of every juke joint, every jail cell floor he slept on. Thinks of Big Sam's voice saying, play it just for me. Second take, the room goes still. The engineer leans in. Jesse's fingers find the string like water finds a groove. Sun breaks wide open, something honest starts to pour. Calloway stands up slowly like the sound has made him move. And the tape is rolling steady, catching every single sound. Every mile that Jesse traveled, coming through without a doubt. 6 strings on the tape now, midnight train's my song. Whiskey glass is empty, but my voice is finally clear. 6 strings on the tape now, this is where I belong. First time since Delilah left, I ain't running out of here. Second song's a slow one about a girl who caught a train. Jesse sings it soft the way regret is always sung. Calloway don't interrupt, just lets the tape keep turning. Says later that's the truest thing I've heard from someone young. Third song's got some fire in it, a Chuck Berry kind of stomp, about the roads he's walked and the rooms he's left behind. Fourth song comes out different, slower, deeper, older, about a whiskey glass that's finally left behind his mind. When the tape stopped rolling, nobody said a word for a while. Calloway came out from behind the glass, took his glasses off and wiped them on his shirt. He said, son, I've cut 100 sessions in this room. Most of them sound like they're trying to be somebody else. You sound like Jesse Cole, that's rare. He said the label would press the 4th song first, a slow one about the whiskey glass. Said radio men in 3 states were already asking who the new voice out of Memphis was. Jesse didn't know what to say. He thought about the porch back home. His daddy's hands guiding his fingers to the right frets. And he thought somewhere that old man was listening too, even if it was just the wind carrying the sound down south. They stepped outside where Beale Street's humming in the evening. Calloway lights a cigar and claps him on the back. Says Thursday's gone. watching daylight fade to black. Ow!
Is finally clear. 6 strings on the tape now. 4 sides stronger. First time since Delilah left, I finally feel here. Big Sam's teaching, riding through every note I played. 6 strings on the tape now. This is how it's made. Jesse walks Beale Street with a session in his bones. Neon flickers welcome like it's calling out his name. 4 sides cut on Thursday, a whole life waiting after. 6 strings on his shoulder, never quite the same. Thursday morning breaks were due on Beale Street Stone. Jesse walks along with boots that echo down the block. The studio door is topped by a man with cigarette smoke. Says, you cold, get on in, we're already on the clock. Inside the room is small with wires taped along the floor. A microphone hangs down like a silver preacher's mouth. Jesse sets his amp up, shaking it just a little, thinking of his daddy's hands that built this sound down south. Calloway's behind the glass with headphones on his ears. Says, give me something real, boys, don't you play me safe. I've been walking near a week now since I left Clarksville behind. I've been walking near a week now since I left Clarksville behind. No map worth following, just my own feet and an open mind. Slept in barns and empty church pews wherever I could lay. Slept in barns and empty church pews wherever I could lay. Played for supper in 3 towns so far, made it another day. I'm headed nowhere in particular, just following the bend. I'm headed nowhere in particular, to no beginning and no end. Just me and 6 strings on the shoulder of a man who's starting again. A farmer gave me a ride to Greenwood, said you look like trouble, son. A farmer gave me a ride to Greenwood, said you look like trouble, son. I laughed and told him trouble's just another name for someone on the run. I'm headed nowhere in particular, just following the bend. I'm headed nowhere in particular, no beginning and no end. Just me and 6 strings on the shoulder of a man who's starting again. I played on a corner in Greenwood Square, hat out on the ground. I played on a corner in Greenwood Square, hat out on the ground. Made enough for a bowl of stew and a bottle passed around.
group of young men gathered near, guitar slung on their backs too. A group of young men gathered near, guitar slung on their backs too. Said, mister, that sound you're making, we ain't never heard nothing quite that true. I told them I used to have a record playing on the radio. I told them I used to have a record playing on the radio. They just looked at me confused, said, then why you out here? Why you travel so? I'm headed nowhere in particular, just following the band. I'm headed nowhere in particular, no beginning and no end. Just me and six strings on the shoulder of a man who's starting again. I told him the truth, plain and simple. I went and lost myself somewhere. I told him the truth, plain and simple. I went and lost myself somewhere. Figured the only way to find him was to walk on back to nowhere. They laughed, not unkind, and one of them said, well, nowhere's a mighty fine place to start. They laughed, not unkind, and one of them said, well, nowhere's a mighty fine place to start. Beach somewhere that cost you every honest piece of your heart. That young man's words stuck with me longer than I expected they would. I sat that night by a little fire outside of Greenwood, guitar across my knee. And I thought about how strange it was, feeling more free with empty pockets than I ever felt with Ray Kingston's money lining my coat. There's a kind of peace in not knowing where you're sleeping tomorrow, long as you know exactly who's doing the sleeping. I thought about Big Sam's nap, all them towns with unfamiliar names, and I understood finally why he never once tried to talk me out of leaving the kettle. Some men need a destination. I was starting to think I just needed the road itself and enough truth in my hands to turn every mile of it into a song worth singing. I traveled on through Yazoo City, then down toward Vicksburg Way. I traveled on through Yazoo City, then down toward Vicksburg Way, picking up a little money and a little peace with every passing day. Met an old blind preacher playing hymns turned into blues. Met an old blind preacher playing hymns turned into blues. He said, son, the Lord and the devil both listen to the very same news. Going on within. I'm headed nowhere in particular, and Lord, it feels so right, feels so right. I'm headed nowhere in particular, walking through the day and night, day and night. Got six strings on the shoulder and a freedom burning and bright. Beyond Vicksburg, past the river and the bend. Word it spread beyond Vicksburg, past the river and the bend. Juke joint owners started calling out, wanting me to come and lend my voice and six string to their weekends, fill their rooms up wall to wall. My voice and six string to their weekends, fill their rooms up wall to wall. I started traveling circuit style, a different stage every single hall. I'm riding the juke joint
circuit now, playing every barroom and side street. Building up a name for myself that don't come with no deceit. Natchez, Jackson, then on to Hattiesburg, every room a different face. Natchez, Jackson, then on to Hattiesburg, every room a different face. But the same kind of hunger in their eyes, the same kind of empty space. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, town to town on my own 2 feet. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, playing every barroom and side street. Building up a name for myself that don't come with no deceit. Hey! I started making real money now, but different than before. I started making real money now, but different than before. Every dollar had my own hands on it, wasn't skimmed off at raised back door. I bought myself a second guitar, a beat-up amp, a sturdy case. I bought myself a second guitar, a beat-up amp, a sturdy case. Started thinking about putting a band together, filling up the empty space. Found a drummer in Jackson named Willie, steady hands and a steadier heart. Found a drummer in Jackson named Willie, steady hands and a steadier heart. Found the best man outside Hattiesburg who could hold a groove from the very start. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, town to town on my own 2 feet. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, playing every barroom and side street. Building up a name for myself that don't come with no deceit. By the time we hit Laurel, we were a real band, tied and true. By the time we hit Laurel, we were a real band, tied and true. Willie's drums and Marcus on the bass, holding down the groove. Crowds got bigger every week, but this time it felt different, felt right. Crowds got bigger every week, but this time it felt different, felt right. Wasn't Ray's machine behind it, just 3 men and an honest night. There's a difference I was learning between being built up by somebody else's hands and building something up yourself, brick by brick, town by town. Willie and Marcus didn't answer to no contract, they answered to the music. Same as me, we split every dollar even, 3 ways, no fine print. No green-eyed woman keeping tabs on my mood for somebody else's benefit. I thought about Ray Kingston sometimes, wondered if he'd heard about the juke joint circuit buzzing with my name on it. Wondered if it burned him, knowing he didn't own a single note of what we were building. I hoped it did, but mostly I was just grateful, sitting in the back of Willie's old truck between towns, watching the Mississippi countryside roll by. For the first time finding out what it felt like to build something true, with my own 2 hands alongside men who wanted nothing from me but the music itself. We played 6 nights a week, some months, barely stopping to catch our breath. We played 6 nights a week, some months, barely stopping to catch our breath. But every juke joint felt like family, not a single one felt like a test. Willie's wife would cook us supper whenever we rode back through town. Willie's wife would cook us supper whenever we rode back through town. Marcus taught me how to laugh again, taught me how to settle down. 6 strings on my shoulder, and 2 good men who see me through.
My name is Jesse Cole, and this here's the night my whole life turned around. The night Delilah left.
I came home from the cotton field, sun was hanging low. I came home from the cotton field, sun was hanging low. Front door standing open, but there ain't nobody home. Her dress still on the hanger, but her shoes were gone. Her dress still on the hanger, but her shoes were gone. I called her name 3 times, but the house just hummed along. Oh, Delilah, Delilah, where'd you run to now? Oh, Delilah, Delilah, where'd you run to now? The porch light's still on burning, but I don't know how. I found a note upon the table, corner torn and stained. I found a note upon the table, corner torn and stained. Said, Jesse, I can't live here watching you stay the same. Oh, Delilah, Delilah, where'd you run to now? Oh, Delilah, Delilah, where'd you run to now? The porch light's still on burning, but I don't know how. I ran down to the station, heart pounding in my chest. I ran down to the station, heart pounding in my chest. Watched the midnight train pull out, heading for the west. Steam was rising off the tracks like a ghost against the moon. Steam was rising off the tracks like a ghost against the moon. I stood there like a fool boy singing the same old tune. Oh, Delilah, Delilah, where'd you run to now? Oh, Delilah, Delilah, where'd you run to now? The porch light's still on burning, but I don't know how. I stood on that platform till the last light of that train disappeared into the dark, and I thought about my daddy, who used to say, son, a man ain't nothing but the road he walks and the song he carries. I went home that night, reached under the bed, pulled out his old guitar. 6 strings, dust thick as a Delta summer. And I made myself a promise right there in that empty house. I wasn't gonna sit and rot waiting on a woman who already left. I was gonna follow that same track Delilah rode away on, not to find her, but to find whatever's waiting for me past the edge of this town. Lock the door behind me, ain't looking back no
6 strings, 1 road. Oh, Delilah, this here's just the beginning. Just the beginning of the blues. Now since Ray started working on the tour, carrying cases, counting money, handling every deal. Jesse trusts him like a brother, like the old days back in Clarksdale. Never thinks to question how good things start to feel. Ray's got a way of talking smooth to men in fancy offices. Says he's looking out for Jesse like a brother ought to do. Jesse signs whatever papers Ray sets down before him. Never reads the fine print like his daddy taught him to. The shows keep getting bigger, Chicago now then Detroit. Jesse's name in lights above, the marquee getting tall. Ray handles all the money now, says don't you worry Jesse, just play your guitar brother and let me handle it all. Loretta starts to notice something changing in the numbers. Asks Jesse quiet questions when they're lying in the dark. Jesse waves it off and says that Ray's been like a brother. Loretta's face goes worried, but she just holds back and marks. Backstage in Chicago, Jesse catches Ray on the telephone, talking low and quick to someone Jesse's never met. Ray hangs up quick and smiles and says it's nothing, just business. Jesse nods and lets it go, though something feels like death. The whiskey glasses multiply with every passing city. Jesse drinks to celebrate and drinks to ease the pace. Loretta watches from the wings with worry in her shoulders, watching Jesse's smile grow thinner underneath his face. And the money keeps on flowing, and Ray keeps counting fast. And somewhere in the shadows, something ain't gonna last. 6th Street still ringing, midnight train still running. Whiskey glass keeps filling while my brother counts the tape. 6th string still ringing, but something's coming undone. I trust the hand that's helping, don't know it's gonna break. Big Sam calls Colette one night while Jesse's in Detroit. Says, boy, I heard some rumors about the man who's handling you. Jesse laughs it off, says, Sam, you're worrying for nothing. Ray's been with me since the start, he's always seen me through. Big Sam's voice goes quiet, then he says it's slow and careful, son. A man who counts your money ought to let you count it too. Ain't saying nothing's wrong, just saying watch a little closer. The road's got plenty wolves that wear a face that looks like you. Jesse hung up the phone that night and sat there for a long while, looking at the hotel wall like it might have answers written on it. He thought about Ray back in Clarksdale, sharing cornbread on a porch step when they were both just skinny boys, with nothing but a guitar and a dream between them. He thought about all the years since then, all the small favors, all the trust built up. One handshake at a time. Surely a man didn't change that much. Surely the boy who once gave Jesse half his sandwich, when Jesse's own family had nothing to give. Surely that boy wouldn't turn into somebody else just because there was money in the room now. Jesse told himself that he told himself that hard, but somewhere underneath the telling, a small cold feeling settled in his chest and didn't leave, not even after he fell asleep. Morning comes and Ray's already up and dressed for business, smiling wide and talking fast about the next big show. Jesse watches him a little closer than he did the day before. Ray don't seem to notice or pretends he doesn't know. Whatever papers Ray sets down before him, never reads the fine print like his daddy taught him to. The shows keep getting bigger, Chicago now then Detroit. Jesse's name in lights above the marquee getting tall. Ray handles all the money now, says don't you worry Jesse, just play your guitar brother and let me handle it all. 3 months now since Ray started working on the tour, carrying cases, counting money, handling every deal. Jesse trusts him like a brother, like the old days back in Clarksdale. Never thinks to question how good things start to feel. Ray's got a way of talking smooth to men in fancy offices. Says he's looking out for Jesse like a brother ought to do. Jesse signs whatever papers Ray sets down before him, never reads the fine print like his daddy taught him to. The shows keep getting bigger, Chicago now then Detroit. Jesse's name in lights above the marquee getting tall. Ray handles all the money now, says don't you worry Jesse, just play your guitar brother and let me handle it all. For 3 months now since Ray started working on the tour, carrying cases, counting money, handling every deal. Jesse trusts him like a brother, like the old days back in Clarksdale. Never thinks to question how good things start to feel. Ray's got a way of talking smooth to men in fancy offices. Says he's looking out for Jesse like a brother ought to do. Jesse sounds whatever paper.
The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass and race fine cars. The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass and race fine cars. Everything looked smaller now, though I hadn't traveled far. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. I watched the cotton fields go by,
white as clouds against the ground. Felt something loosen in my chest, a weight I carried coming unwound. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the light, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. An old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. An old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. I told him I wasn't rightly sure, just knew I couldn't keep on this way, couldn't roam. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. The bus pulled into Clarksville just as evening colors bled. The bus pulled into Clarksville just as evening colors bled. Same dusty streets, same weathered signs, same feeling I once fled. I walked the last few blocks on foot, guitar heavy on my back. I walked the last few blocks on foot, guitar heavy on my back. Every step felt like unwinding time along a well-worn track. I saw the copper kettle sign still hanging crooked as before. I saw the copper kettle sign still hanging crooked as before. My hand was shaking just a little as I reached out for that door. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. Smelled just the same, whiskey, sawdust, and cigar. The room smelled just the same, whiskey, sawdust, and cigar. And there behind the bar stood Otis, same as always, same as far. Otis looked up slow, did a double take, and near about dropped the glass. Otis looked up slow, did a double take, and near about dropped the glass. Jesse Cole, he said, half laughing, didn't think I'd see that face. Otis told me Big Sam still played most Fridays, still had that same corner table, still ordered the same drink he never finished, said he'd ask about me sometimes, wondering out loud if the Memphis lights had swallowed me whole. I asked if he was around tonight. Otis just smiled and nodded toward the back room, where I could hear a fiddle warming up, slow and familiar, like a voice I hadn't realized how much I'd missed till I heard it again. I stood in that doorway a long moment, guitar case heavy in my hand, heart pounding harder than it ever did, walking on the inner stage in Memphis. I thought about everything that happened since I last stood in that same spot. Delilah's midnight train, Rosalie's green eyes, raised fine print, the whole gilded cage of it. And here I was again, back at the start, except I wasn't the same boy who walked in the first time.
midnight train done drug back in tonight. Just said, well, look what the midnight train done drug back in tonight. I laughed first real laugh in months, and it felt exactly right. He waved me over to the table, said, sit down, tell me where you've been. He waved me over to the table, said, sit down, tell me where you've been. I set my guitar down easy and finally let the whole truth in. Wow! I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. I told him about Rosalie, about Ray, about every mile of shine. I told him about Rosalie, about Ray, about every mile of shine. He just listened quiet, nodded slow, and poured me out some wine. I made it back to the kettle now, and Big Sam's still right, he's still right here. I made it back to the kettle now, after a hard and costly year, a costly year. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, and then a friend who still holds me dear. Well, old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass and race fine cars. Everything looked smaller now, though I hadn't traveled far. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. Felt something loosening in my chest, a weight I carried, cotton unwound. I'm going back to the kettle now.
From a hotel room in a town I can't recall. I wrote a Junie from a hotel room in a town I can't recall. Told about the crowd that night, how the music filled the hall. She wrote me back in careful hand, telling about her days at home. She wrote me back in careful hand, telling about her days at home. Simple words about the garden, by the hymn she hummed alone. There's letters passing between towns now, folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. Every word she sends feels steadier than any bottle of wine. Well, it teased me something fierce whenever mail caught up with us. Well, it teased me something fierce whenever mail caught up with us. Said, Cole, you reading that letter slower than the whole darn bus. There's letters passing between towns now, folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. Every word she sends feels steadier than any bottle of wine. Marcus laughed along beside him, said little sister's got him good. Marcus laughed along beside him, said little sister's got him good. I just smiled and folded up the letter, kept it tucked beneath my hood. We played a run through Alabama, towns I'd never seen before. We played a run through Alabama, towns I'd never seen before. Every crowd a little bigger, word spreading out from door to door. But every night before I slept, I'd think of that porch and that hummed hymn. But every night before I slept, I'd think of that porch and that hummed hymn. Wondering if a road this long could still lead back again to her and him. There's letters passing between towns now, folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. was steadier than any bottle of wine. A promoter in Birmingham offered a residency, steady pay each week. A promoter in Birmingham offered a residency, steady pay each week. I thought about staying put a while, thought about what my heart might seek. Well, he said residency's good money, Jesse, but I know that look you got. Well, he said residency's good money, Jesse, but I know that look you got. That's the look of a man who already knows where his heart's tied in a knot. I sat on the edge of a hotel bed in Birmingham, that residency offer in my hand. Good money, steady work, everything a traveling man's supposed to want. After 2 years on the circuit, and all I could think about was Junie's handwriting, careful and plain, telling me about her garden, like it was the most important news in the world. Funny how a man can chase applause across 3 states and call it freedom, and then realize the thing he's really been chasing is a porch, a hummed hymn sung slightly wrong, and somebody who never once needed him to be anybody but exactly who he already was. I thought about Delilah's note on that kitchen table, watching you stay the same. Maybe this was different. Maybe wanting to go home to somebody wasn't staying the same at all. Maybe it was the whole point of everything the road had been teaching me. This time I turned down the residency, told the promoter not this time. Well, he just grinned and started up the truck, didn't need to ask me why. We finished out the run through Alabama, every show still true and bright. We finished out the run through Alabama, every show still true and bright. But my mind was already back in Jackson, counting down the days and nights. Heading home now. I wrote Junie one last letter before we turned the truck around. I wrote Junie one last letter before we turned the truck around. Told her save me a seat on that porch, girl, I'm coming back to town. There's letters passing between towns now, but soon I won't need to write. There's letters passing between towns now, 'cause I'm coming home tonight. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a heart that's finally light. Jesse caught him with the papers in his hand. 7 days of waiting on the promise wearing thin. Ray keeps saying soon, brother, soon I'll set it right. Jesse keeps on drinking, keeps on letting the doubt sink in. Calloway don't know yet, Jesse hasn't told a soul, except Miss Hattie sworn to silence, worried in her eyes. Jesse tells himself he's handling it the quiet way, tells himself that airing trouble never made a man look wise. The shows go on in Cincinnati, Louisville and Dayton. Jesse's playing on the outside. says the accountant question's now completely drained and closed. Jesse reads it twice, feels the last thread of denial snapping, feels the door that had been cracked, slammed shut and fully closed. He finds Ray backstage in Dayton, laughing with the roadies. Ray sees Jesse's face and laughter dies down in his throat. Jesse holds the telegram out, doesn't raise his voice at all. The account is empty, Ray, where'd $10,000 go? Ray's smile finally drops completely, and something older surfaces, a tiredness of bitterness Jesse's never seen him wear. Says, you want the truth, Jesse? I got debts, I got a family. You got everything so easy, I just took my fair share. And the roadies stop their working, and the room goes cold and still, and a friendship built on cornbread finally shows its final bill. 6 strings and a telegram, midnight train derailing. Whiskey glass can't fix the hole that's opening up inside. 6 strings and a telegram, everything I'm failing to hold together, brother. There's no place left to hide. Jesse asked the question that's been burning since the lobby. Fair share of what, Ray? I gave you work, I gave you trust. Ray just shakes his head and says, you never asked what I was owed for, carrying your bags for years while you collected all the dust. The words cut deeper than the money ever could have, and Jesse feels the old friendship crumbling into something cold and strange. Ray says he's leaving, says he's done, says Jesse can keep his diamonds. Walks out through the stage door and don't ever look again. Jesse stood there in the empty backstage hallway for a long time. After Ray's footsteps had faded down the corridor and out into the Dayton night, the roadies had gone quiet, pretending to be busy with cables and cases, giving him the kind of privacy people give a man who's just watched something break that can't be fixed. He thought about all the years, Clarksdale, the dirt roads, the porch steps, the half a sandwich afternoons, and wondered if any of it had been as real as he remembered, or if Ray had been keeping score the whole time. Counting up some debt Jesse never knew he owed. Maybe that's what money did to people. Maybe it didn't create the greed, the resentment, the quiet keeping score. Maybe it just gave it somewhere to finally show itself. Jesse thought about his daddy's guitar, still safe in its case. The one thing in his whole life that had never once asked him for anything he couldn't give. He picked it up and held it close, right there in the empty hallway. And for the first time since Loretta left, he let himself cry. Calloway finds out by morning, furious about the money. Says they'll handle it with lawyers. Says Ray Cole, no wait, Ray Dawes will pay. Jesse just sits quiet through the meeting, doesn't care much for the details. Feels like something bigger than the money slipped away. Hasn't told us so, except Miss Hattie sworn to silence worry in her eyes. Jesse tells himself he's handling it the quiet way. Tells himself that air in trouble never made a man look wise. But the shows go on in Cincinnati, Louisville, and Dayton.
Sam's far away in the clock still, just a voice beneath the teeth. A telegram arrives from Memphis, from the bank Miss Hattie flagged. Says the hand in question's now completely drained and closed. Jesse reads it twice, feels the last thread of denial snapping, feels a door that had been cracked slammed shut and fully closed. He finds Ray backstage in Dayton, laughing with the roadies. Ray sees Jesse's face and laughter dies down in his throat. Jesse holds the telegram out, doesn't raise his voice at all. The account is empty, Ray, where $10,000 go. The shows go on in Cincinnati, Louisville, then Dayton. Just playing on the outside while he's breaking underneath. Loretta's gone, Ray's a stranger wearing no friend's jacket. Big Sam's far away in the clock still, just a voice beneath the teeth. A telegram arrives from Memphis, from the bank Miss Hattie flagged. Says the account in question's now completely drained and closed. Jesse reads it twice, feels the last thread of denial snapping, feels a door that had been cracked slammed shut and full. Tricks that made him who we are. He showed me how to bend a note till it near about cries. He showed me how to bend a note till it near about cries. That's the sound of a woman leaving, Big Sam testified. Down at the copper kettle, where the whiskey's cheap and warm. Down at the copper kettle, where the eye of someone's storm. Every broken heart in Clarksville comes to hear us play till dawn. Friday, word got round the town. The crowd got bigger every Friday, word got round the town. That coal boy's got a fire is what I heard get passed around. Down at the copper kettle, where the whiskey's cheap and warm. Down at the copper kettle, where the eye of someone's storm. Every broken heart in Clarksville comes to hear us play till dawn. Called my stair one night. A woman with green eyes and a red dress called my stair one night. Big Sam elbowed me and laughed, said, "Boy, you ain't near all right." I looked away and hit the strings, tried to keep my mind in line. I looked away and hit the strings, tried to keep my mind in line. But that whiskey glass in front of me kept calling out one more time. Down at the copper kettle, where the whiskey's cheap and warm. Down at the copper kettle, where the eye of someone's storm. Every broken heart in Clarksville comes to hear us play till dawn. The owner man named Otis pulled me over after last call. The owner man named Otis pulled me over after last call. Said, "Cole, I'll pay you regular if you play here through the fall." Big Sam found me out back counting my first real payday.
more money than I made picking cotton in a month. He didn't say congratulations, he just looked at me hard and said, "Careful now, Jesse, this town's sweet on you tonight." But sweetness turns quick when the crowd wants more than you got to give. I seen good men chase that applause till they forgot why they picked up the guitar in the first place. I laughed it off, then told him I could handle a little shine. Lord, I wish I'd listened closer to that old man that night. Kept teaching, kept me humble, kept me honest to the bone. Big Sam kept teaching, kept me humble, kept me honest to the bone. But that green-eyed woman kept on smiling from her corner all alone. Down at the Copper Kettle, I ain't just passing through no more. Down at the Copper Kettle, they're calling out for an encore. Got 6 strings and a steady wage and a green-eyed girl I can't ignore. Tuesday night. Her name was Rosalie. She told me on a Tuesday night. Sat right up front at the kettle, underneath the dim red light. She said she liked the way I hit them strings so full of pain. She said she liked the way I hit them strings so full of pain. Said a voice like mine could make a grown man dance in the rain. I still ain't warm. She'd wait by the stage door every night I finished playing. She'd wait by the stage door every night I finished playing, whispering sweet words that had my better sense delaying. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Big Sam warned me about your kind, but Lord, I still ain't warm. Big Sam pulled me aside one night, said, boy, I seen her before. Big Sam pulled me aside one night, said, boy, I seen her before. She run with a fella named Ray, comes round when the crowd is more. I told Big Sam I hear you, but my heart don't listen well. I told Big Sam I hear you, but my heart don't listen well. Been so long since somebody looked at me and broke that lonesome spell. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got still ain't warm. That's when I met the man himself, come strutting through the door. That's when I met the man himself, come strutting through the door. Short suit, gold ring, a smile that seemed to promise so much more. Ray walked up to me easy, shook my hand like we were old friends. Heard you're the one lighting up the kettle these days, he said. Got an ear for talent, Jesse Cole, I know people, real people. Promoters up in Memphis looking for a sound just like yours. Rosalie stood there smiling like she already knew the ending to this story. Big Sam just watched from the bar, didn't say a word. But I saw his jaw tighten up like he was biting back a warning. He already gave me once and knew I wasn't gonna hear again. I shook Ray's hand anyway, Lord help me, I shook his hand. Me said, don't he treat you right? I looked over at Big Sam, he just shook his head and sighed. I looked over at Big Sam, he just shook his head and sighed. I was too caught up in the shine to see what he was trying to hide. Watch out now! I'm walking into a brand new day. The morning after that last show, I packed my things alone. The morning after that last show, I packed my things alone. No manager, no green-eyed woman, just me and my guitar in my own two hands on my own. Ray showed up at my hotel room, papers rolled up in his fist. Ray showed up at my hotel room, papers rolled up in his fist. You can't just walk away, Jesse, this is a whole tour you're gonna miss. I'm walking out on Kingston now, leaving his kingdom in the dust. I'm walking out Kingston now, leaving his kingdom in the dust. Every dollar that he offers now don't come with any trust. He waved that paper in my face, said with the clause it's clear as day. He waved that paper in my face, said with the clause it's clear as day. You break this now, you'll owe me more than you could ever hope to pay. I'm walking out on Kingston now, leaving his kingdom in the dust. I'm walking out on Kingston now, leaving his kingdom in the dust. Every dollar that he offers now don't come with any trust. I told him, take me to court and Ray, let the whole world hear the truth. I told him, take me to court and Ray, let the whole world hear the truth. Let them hear how you built your kingdom off the backs of restless youth. His face went pale a moment, first time I'd seen him lose his cool. His face went pale a moment, first time I'd seen him lose his cool. You wouldn't dare, he told me, but his voice had lost its usual jewel. I said, watch me, Ray, I got nothing left for you to steal. I said, watch me, Ray, I got nothing left for you to steal. He tried another angle, then softer, almost like a plea. He tried another angle, then softer, almost like a plea. I made you who you are, Jesse. Don't that count for something to you and me?
I looked at him and shook my head, said, no, Ray, you got it wrong. I looked at him and shook my head, said, no, Ray, you got it wrong. I made myself with a busted heart and my daddy's 6 strings all along. You just found me when I was hungry enough to sign my name away. You just found me when I was hungry enough to sign my name away. Won't happen twice, I've learned my lesson. I ain't hungry Ray today. Ray stood there a long moment, and for the first time since I'd known him, I saw something almost like fear behind them calm, calculating eyes. Not fear of losing money. I don't think a man like Ray ever really feared that fear of being seen, maybe for exactly what he was, a man who built a kingdom out of other men's dreams and never once had a dream of his own worth stealing. I almost felt sorry for him, almost then I thought about Rosalie's green eyes, about the fine print, about the year I spent chasing applause instead of truth. And the sorry passed right on by. I hope you find somebody else to build you up, Ray. I said, but it ain't gonna be me, not anymore. I picked up my guitar case, walked past him slow, and for the first time in over a year, I opened a door that led somewhere I chose myself. I thought about heading back to Clarksville, back to Copper Kettle Door, a man who built a kingdom out of other men's dreams and never once had a dream of his own worth stealing. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. I thought about Rosalie's green eyes, about the fine print, about the year I spent chasing applause instead of truth. And the sorry passed right on by. I hope you find somebody else to build you up, Ray. I said, but it ain't gonna be me, not anymore. I picked up my guitar case, walked past him slow, and for the first time in over a year, I opened a door that led somewhere I chose myself. I walked out of that hotel and into the morning Memphis light. I walked out of that hotel and into the morning Memphis light. Didn't have a plan, didn't have a dollar, but for once I felt alright. I thought about heading back to Clarksville, back to the Copper Kettle Door. I thought about heading back to Clarksville, back to the Copper Kettle Door, back to Big Sam's fiddle in a room above a bar I'd known before. I said, but it ain't gonna be me, not anymore. I picked up my guitar case, walked past them slow. For the first year, I opened a door that led me where I chose myself. I walked out of that hotel and into the morning Memphis light. I walked out of that hotel and into the morning Memphis light. Didn't have a plan, didn't have a dollar, but for once I felt alright. I thought about heading back to Clarksville, back to the Copper Kettle Door, a man who built a kingdom out of others, stood a tinkle door, back to Big Sam's fiddle in a room above a bar I'd known before. The city kept on moving around me. I promised I won't, but took my guitars. I bought the first time in a long, long while. I finally felt alone in a way that felt like home.
Memphis station spits them out into the morning crowd. Horns and voices tangled up like wires overhead. Jesse's never seen a city move this fast before. Every face a stranger, every street a thread unread. He follows the address scratched on Calloway's old car. Past a barber shop, a diner, a church bell ringing clean. 6 strings on his shoulder like a cross he's learned to carry. Boots still caked with Delta dust, the only home he's seen. Beale Street opens up like a river full of sound. Trumpets bleeding out of doorways, pianos in the air. Jesse stops dead center like a man who's found religion, standing in the middle of a music he can't compare. A boy no older than him is playing on the corner, slapping on a guitar like it owes him something bad. Listening a minute, thinking of the roads and rooms and everything he's had. The record office door is smaller than he pictured. A woman at the desk asks who he's come to see. He says a name like it's a password to another life. She points down a hallway, says Calloway's on 3. Up the stairs, his boots are loud on wooden steps. Heart beating faster than a train pulling from the yard. Whiskey glasses waiting on a shelf inside the office. But Jesse thinks of Big Sam's voice and holds his 6 strings hard. And the city hums around him like a chorus he ain't learned. Every corner holds a promise. Every promise has gotta be earned. 6th Street, walking Beale Street, sunlight on the stone. Whiskey glass still empty, but the city ain't my home yet. 6 strings, walking Beale Street, further than I've known. Chasing down a sound that I ain't found completely. Calloway's office smells like leather and cigar smoke. Photographs of singers Jesse's only heard on air. He sits down in a chair too soft for Delta boys and waits to hear if all this travel led him anywhere. Calloway comes in talking fast about a session. Says Thursday morning, boy, we'll cut your very first sound. Jesse's hands go cold and steady all at once together, like the moment right before the midnight train leaves town. Calloway slid a paper across the desk and said, "This is a contract, son, standard terms. We record 4 sides, we see how they do, and if the people like what they hear, well, we talk about more." Jesse looked at the words, but they might as well have been written in a language he'd never learned. He thought about his daddy's guitar passed down like scripture and wondered what his daddy would say about signing his name next to a stranger's promise. He thought about Delilah's train pulling away in the rain and Big Sam's harmonica warm in his coat pocket and every dollar he didn't have and every dream he did. Calloway said, "Take your time, but not too much of it. Memphis is full of boys who can play guitar. Ain't many who can play it like they mean it." Jesse picked up the pen, his hand wasn't shaking anymore. He signs his name the way his daddy taught him letters, slow and careful like each stroke could break or mend. Calloway shakes his hand and calls him Memphis material. Jesse walks back out not knowing where the road might bend. Beale Street horns cry out, "Welcome to the fire."
strings walking Beale Street, contract in my hand, whiskey glass still waiting, but I ain't drowning it just yet. 6 strings walking Beale Street, further than I planned. Midnight train delivered me to something I won't forget. Big Sam's voice still with me, Delilah's ghost behind. 6 strings walking Beale Street, stepping into my own time. Even falls on Memphis, neon starting to glow. Jesse stands on the corner where the boy still plays a song. He drops a coin then keeps on walking toward Thursday. 6 strings on his shoulder, carrying him along.
Jesse presses his palm against the window glass and stares at a city that don't know his name, but's about to own. Calloway checks him into a hotel with a real doorman. Says this is where the real money starts to come around. Jesse sets his 6 strings on a bed too clean to touch. Feels the weight of everything he's leaving in the ground. Big Sam's letters come less often. Clarksdale feels far off. A postcard here, a phone call there, the distance start to grow. Jesse writes back doing fine. Sam, wish that you could see this, but some nights he don't know exactly what it means, or don't quite know. The label sets a meeting with executives in suits, talking numbers, talking contracts, talking bigger, talking more. Jesse nods along and signs where they tell him he should sign, not reading every line the way his daddy taught him for. A woman at the label office catches Jesse's eye. Name of Loretta with a laugh like church bells ringing clear. Calloway says, careful boy, but Jesse just keeps looking. Something in her smile feels warmer than he's felt all year. Nights start blurring into parties in the higher rooms. Whiskey glasses passed around like water at a well. Jesse plays for smaller crowds of richer, louder people. Different from the juke joints, different, and it's hard to tell. And the city lights keep burning, brighter than the Clarksdale stars. And the whiskey glass keeps filling faster than the passing cars. 6 strings in the big house, midnight train still calling. Whiskey glass keeps filling up, I ain't watching close. 6 strings in the big house, further from my falling. Feels like I'm becoming someone daddy wouldn't know. Loretta finds him on the balcony one warm October night. Says you play like a man who's carrying something heavy, cold. And Jesse tells her half the truth about a girl in a train. Loretta listens closer than the story that he told. Calloway pulls Jesse aside before the party's over. Says the label wants a new sound, something bigger, something bold. Says maybe soften up that Delta thing you're always playing. Jesse feels something tight clothes cold. Later that night, alone in the hotel room again, Jesse took his daddy's guitar out of its case and just held it for a while without playing anything. He thought about Big Sam's juke joint, the smoke, the smell of rain, the way the whole room used to breathe together when he played something honest. He thought about the meeting today, the men in suits, talking about him like he was a product on a shelf, talking about softening, the very sound that got him out of Mississippi in the first place. He thought about Loretta's laugh, warm and easy, and how easy it would be to lose himself. And laughter that easy in rooms this soft in whiskey glasses that never seemed to empty all the way. Jesse ran his thumb along the strings, slow, quiet, and whispered to the guitar like it might answer back. I ain't forgetting who I am, I ain't forgetting where I'm from. But even as he said it, some small and honest part of him wasn't so sure he believed it anymore. Morning comes and Calloway's got papers spread across the table. Bigger deal, bigger money, bigger name up in the lights. Jesse signs again, a little faster than the last time. Tells himself he's climbing, tells himself he's doing right. 6 strings in the big house, 6 strings in the big house. Come on, come further. Jesse's harmonica answers soft, uncertain now. Traffic and Reed tangled in the Nashville dark. 2 sounds pulling different ways, losing their mark. 6 strings in the big house, midnight train still calling. Whiskey glass keeps filling up, I ain't watching close. 6 strings in the big house, further from my falling. Big Sam feels so far now, Delilah's just a ghost. Daddy's guitar is quieter than he used to sing. 6 strings in the big house, I'm becoming someone else's dream. Yeah, Nashville sleeps beneath him, neon dimming in the gray. Jesse stands out on the balcony, glass still in his hand. 6 strings resting silent in the corner of the room, wondering when the boy from Clarksdale turned into this man. The morning after that last show, I packed my things alone. The morning after that last show, I packed my things alone. No manager, no green-eyed woman, just me and my guitar in my own 2 hands on my own. Ray showed up in my hotel room, papers rolled up in his fist. Ray showed up in my hotel room, papers rolled up in his fist. You can't just walk away, Jesse, he said. There's a whole tour you're gonna miss. I'm walking out on Kingston now, leaving his kingdom in the dust. I'm walking out on Kingston now, leaving his kingdom in the dust. Every dollar that he offers now don't come with any trust. I told him, take me to court then, Ray, let the whole world hear the truth. I told him, take me to court then, Ray, let the whole kingdom off the backs of restless youth. His face went pale a moment, first time I'd seen him lose his cool. His face went pale a moment, first time I'd seen him lose his cool. You wouldn't dare, he told me, but his voice had lost its usual jewel. I said, watch me, Ray, I got nothing left for you to steal. I said, watch me, Ray, I got nothing left for you to steal. You already took the woman and the money, this time I'm the one who deals. I'm walking out on Kingston now, leaving his kingdom in the dust. I'm walking out on Kingston now, leaving his kingdom in the dust. Every dollar that he offers now don't come with any trust. He tried another angle, then softer, almost like a plea. He tried another angle, then softer, almost like a plea. I made you who you are, Jesse, don't that count for something to you and me? I looked at him and shook my head, said, no, Ray, you got it wrong. I looked at him and shook my head, said, no, Ray, you got it wrong. I made myself with a busted heart and my daddy's 6 strings all along. You just found me when I was hungry enough to sign my name away. You just found me when I was hungry enough to sign my name away. Won't happen twice, I've learned my lesson. I ain't hungry, Ray, today. Ray stood there a long moment, and for the first time since I'd known him, I saw something almost like fear behind them calm, calculating eyes. Not fear of losing money. I don't think a man like Ray ever really feared that. Fear of being seen, maybe, for exactly what he was. A man who built a kingdom out of other men's dreams and never once had a dream of his own worth stealing. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost then I thought about Rosalie's green eyes, about the fine print, about the year I spent chasing applause instead of truth. And the sorry passed right on by. I hope you find somebody else to build you up, Ray. I said, but it ain't gonna be me, not anymore. I picked up my guitar case, walked past him slow, and for the first time in over a year, I opened a door that led somewhere I chose myself. I felt alright. I thought about heading back to Clarksville, back to creep a kettle door. I thought about heading back to Clarksville, back to the copper kettle door, back to Big Sam's fiddle in a room above a bar I'd known before. The city kept on moving me about the finest thing to do. I stopped to find about the year I spent in a hospital instead of truth, and the story passed right on by. I hope you find somebody else to build you up, Ray, I said, but it ain't gonna be me, not anymore. I picked up my guitar case, walked past him slow, and for the first time in over a year, I opened a door that led somewhere I chose myself. Thought about heading back to Clarksville, back to the copper kettle door. I thought about heading back to Clarksville, back to the copper kettle door, back to Big Sam's fiddle in the room above the bar I'd known before.
guitar case, walked past him slow, and for the first time in over a year, I opened the door that led somewhere I chose myself.
Of a friend one rainy afternoon, I sat down with a lawyer friend of a friend one rainy afternoon, handed him that contract I'd been carrying like a tune. He read it slow, adjusted his glasses, didn't say a word for a while. He read it slow, adjusted his glasses, didn't say a word for a while. Then looked at me and said, son, I gotta ask you something, with a troubled kind of smile. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. Says my name's the only thing that's mine in all of this. He said Ray Kingston owns the masters, owns the name you sing under too. He said Ray Kingston owns the masters, owns the name you sing under too. Every dollar that record's making, only a nickel's coming back to you. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. Says my name's the only thing that's mine in all of this. I sat there staring at that paper like it was a stranger's face. I sat there staring at that paper like it was a stranger's face. Thought about the nights I trusted him, every handshake, every embrace. I thought about the day he found me, coffee steaming in his hand. I thought about the day he found me, coffee steaming in his hand. Called himself the man who'd help me, never said he owned the land. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. Says my name's the only thing that's mine in all of this. I went and found Rosalie, told her everything I'd learned. I went and found Rosalie, told her everything I'd learned. She just shrugged and said, that's business, Jesse, that's just how it's earned. Something in her voice that evening sounded rehearsed and cold. Something in her voice that evening sounded rehearsed and cold, like she'd known the truth all along and never once had told. I stood outside that lawyer's office a long while, rain coming down soft. And I thought about Big Sam's letter, about the warning he gave me that night before I signed. Read every line, trust the music, not the man. I hadn't listened, I was too busy chasing lights and applause to notice the hand reaching into my pocket while it shook mine. I thought about going back to Ray, demanding answers, tearing up that paper. But something colder settled in me instead, a kind of quiet. I realized I didn't know who I was without the crowd anymore, and Ray knew that better than I did. That's the real fine print, I reckon. The part of a man he sells before he ever touches the contract. He just smiled that easy smile, said, kid, you signed it, it exists. You want out, you're free to leave, he said.
said the name Jesse Cole, the songs you wrote, the mind understand. I stood there shaking, fist clenched tight, but the room had gone so still. He built a cage around my voice and dressed it up in gold until I walked out into that Memphis rain without a word to say. I walked out into that Memphis rain without a word to say. 6 strings on my shoulder and a debt I couldn't pay. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, and now I finally see. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, saying I ain't free. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, but Dave Kingston owns the rest of me. Saturday in June. The whole town gathered at the little church on a Saturday in June. Willie stood up as my best man, Marcus playing a wedding tune. Loretta cried before the service even had a chance to start. Loretta cried before the service even had a chance to start. Said Jesse Cole, I always knew you had a good and honest heart. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ringing out across the town. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, and Lord, I can't stop smiling now. Every road that ever hurt me led me right here, led me down. Junie walked in on her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. Junie walked in on her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. I forgot every word I'd practiced, just stood there, struck by the sight. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ringing out across the town. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, and Lord, I can't stop smiling now. Every road that ever hurt me led me right here, led me down. Her daddy spoke the words over us, voice steady, eyes gone soft. Her daddy spoke the words over us, voice steady, eyes gone soft. I thought about my own daddy, watching somewhere up aloft. I thought about the porch back home where this old guitar first learned my hand. I thought about the porch back home where this old guitar first learned my hand. Wished he could have seen this day, wished he could understand. But I carried him there with me in the 6 strings on my back. I carried him there with me in the 6 strings on my back. Every lesson that he taught me got me down this very track. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ringing out across the town. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, and Lord, I can't stop smiling now. Every road that ever hurt me led me right here, led me down. Big Sam made the trip from Clarksville, fiddle tucked beneath his arm. Big Sam made the trip from Clarksville, fiddle tucked beneath his arm. Said wouldn't miss this for the world, boy, wouldn't miss seeing you find your calm. He played a song outside the church while folks threw threw rice up in the air. He played a song outside the church while folks threw rice up in the air. Old Otis sent his blessing too, said the kettle wished us well from there. Standing there with Junie's hand in mine, watching Big Sam's fiddle dance under the Mississippi sun, I thought about every mile that brought me to this exact moment. Delilah's empty house, the crossroads outside Clarksville, Ray Kingston's cold office, Rosalie's silence, the long walk back to a town I thought I'd lost forever. None of it felt like wasted time anymore. It felt like a road that had to bend through every one of them places to lead me here, to a church full of people who love me plain and honest, to a woman who never once needed me to be anybody but myself. Big Sam caught my eye across the churchyard and gave me a nod, the same nod he gave me the very first day he found me singing on the corner. I understood it now the way I couldn't back then. Some men build you up, some men just walk beside you till you find your own way up. The reception spilled out into Loretta's yard, tables full of food and song. The reception spilled out into Loretta's yard, tables full of food and song. Willie and Marcus led the band, playing loud and playing long. Junie's daddy danced with his daughter, tears he wouldn't quite explain. Junie's daddy danced with his daughter, tears he wouldn't quite explain. I danced with Loretta after, thanking her again and again. Never straight. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, now she's carrying my name. My wedding bells are ringing, they never felt so free ashamed. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, they never felt so free ashamed. Every road that ever hurt me led me right here, let me down. Her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. Junior walked in on her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. Willie stood up as my best man, and Marcus playing, oh, the wedding tune. Loretta cried before the service even had a chance to start. Loretta cried before the service even had a chance to start. Said Jessica, I always knew you had a good and honest heart. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ringing out across the town. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, Lord, I can't stop smiling now. Every road that ever hurt me led me right here, led me down. Oh, Junior walked in on her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. Junior walked in on her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in black. Willie stood up as my best man. I threw myself into rehearsal, tried to drown it out in rhyme. Ray stopped by my hotel room, said we got a bigger show to plan. Ray stopped by my hotel room, said we got a bigger show to plan. Acting like nothing in the world had shifted underneath this man. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. I asked him plain if he'd seen Rosalie, watched his eyes dart to the floor. He asked him plain if he'd seen Rosalie, watched his eyes dart to the floor. Can't say that I have, he told me, but I'd heard that lie before. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. I went down to the starlight office, caught the secretary alone. I went down to the starlight office, caught the secretary alone. She hesitated, then she told me something I hadn't ever known. She said, Mr. Kingston and Miss Rosalie, they go back before your time. She said, Mr. Kingston and Miss Rosalie, they go back before your time. She works for him, Mr. Cole always has, since before Clarksville, since before that green-eyed shine. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. I stood there like I'd been hit, the room spinning slow around. I stood there like I'd been hit, the room spinning slow around. Every sweet word Rosalie whispered, turning hollow, turning to sound. She was never mine to lose, she was Ray's hand all along. She was never mine to lose, she was Ray's hand all along. Sam to keep me sweet and steady, singing pretty, singing strong. I thought about that first night at the kettle, her green eyes catching the light. I thought about that first night at the kettle, her green eyes catching the light. Wondered how much of that meeting had been planned before that very night. I walked out of that office and just kept walking. Didn't have a place in mind. Past the diners and the record shops with my own face staring back at me from the window glass. And I thought about Big Sam's warning the very first week I met Ray Kingston. She runs with a fella named Ray, comes round when the crowd is more. I'd heard that warning with my own 2 ears and let it drift right past me. Too dazzled by green eyes and gold rings to hear the truth in it. I thought about my daddy's guitar resting back in that hotel room, the one honest thing in my whole life that never once lied to me, never once needed to be paid to sound the way it sounded. I stopped walking outside, a little chaco on the edge of downtown. Sat down on the steps, and for the first time since Delilah left, I let myself cry right there in the middle of Memphis. A famous man crying like the cotton field boy he used to be. Ow! something left to prove. I wasn't gonna run this time. I wasn't gonna disappear. I wasn't gonna run this time. I wasn't gonna disappear. I was gonna stand right there in Memphis and make great Kingston hear. He knew all along she was never yours. I found Ray at the bar that night, calm as he always seemed. I found Ray at the bar that night, calm as he always seemed. I said, I know about Rosalie. For once his easy smile turned grim. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, but now the whole truth's clear.
Truth is clear.
There's a piece of the story Ray left out, and I ain't going nowhere.
Go nowhere.
Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a fire he ought to fear.
The station in Clarksdale looks smaller than a picture. Same peeling paint, same bent, same rusted overhang above. Jesse steps down slow with his suitcase and his 6 strings. Feels the delta heat wrapped around him like a memory of love. Nobody's waiting on the platform, no reporters, no fanfare. Just a dog asleep in shade and a farmer loading grain. Jesse almost laughs out loud at how the silence greets him. After years of screaming crowds, this quiet feels like rain. He walks the road toward Big Sam's, past the fields he used to walk through. Cotton bolls still white against the red clay in the sky. Every fence post, every ditch, a marker of a life before. The Cadillac and diamonds and the reasons he don't know why. Big Sam's juke joint looks the same, a little older, who's still leaning. Jesse stands outside a moment, hand upon the splintered door. Here's the sound of someone practicing a blues progression slowly. Steps inside to find Big Sam right where he'd been years before. Big Sam looks up slow, don't jump, don't shout, don't make a fuss of it. Just says, took you long enough, and nods toward an empty chair. Jesse sits down heavy with the weight of every mile behind him. Big Sam pours 2 glasses, sets one down and lets it just sit there. I ain't drinking that today, Jesse says, surprising even himself. Big Sam raises up an eyebrow, doesn't push it, doesn't pry. Just says, all right then, boy, and pours the extra back to bottle. Something in that quiet gesture nearly brings a grown man to cry. And the dust motes hanging, sunlight coming through the same old door. And the room still holds a silence Jesse thought he lost before. 6 strings coming home now, midnight train delivered. Whiskey glass untouched today, a first and far too long. 6 strings coming home now, everything I've weathered led me back to where I started, back to where I still belong. Big Sam asks him careful, so what happened up in Nashville? Jesse tells him everything, the diamonds and the fall, the contracts and Loretta, and the way Ray broke the friendship. Big Sam listens quiet, doesn't interrupt at all. When Jesse's finished
finished talking, Big Sam leans back in his chair. Says, sounds like Nashville taught you everything except the truth, that a man's worth ain't in diamonds, ain't in crowds or magazine covers. It's in the sound that's honest, same as when you were a youth. Big Sam got up slow, joints popping the way old joints do, and walked over to a shelf behind the bar, where he kept a few things nobody was allowed to touch. He pulled down an old photograph curled at the edges of a young man with a guitar standing on this very floor, years and years before Jesse was even born. That's me, Big Sam said, back when I thought the whole world owed me something for how good I could play. Took me near 20 years and a lot of empty rooms to figure out the world don't owe a man nothing. The music's the gift, everything else, the money, the fame, the folks who smile at you 'cause of what you can do for them. That's just weather, boy, it comes, it goes. But the music, if you treat it right, that's the one thing that stays. He set the photograph down on the bar in front of Jesse. You still got your daddy's guitar, that's more than most men ever get to keep. Don't you go losing that too. Jesse holds his daddy's guitar a little tighter after hearing, runs his fingers slow along the 6 strings, worn but true. Says, I don't know if I can build back what I had before. Big Sam smiles and says, you don't rebuild it, boy, you build it new. You build it new. Slow, dust and retangled in the afternoon light. 2 sounds remembering what it means to feel right. 6 strings coming home now, midnight train delivered, whiskey glass and touch today, first and far too long. 6 strings coming home now, everything I've weathered. Big Sam's here beside me, this is where I still belong. Daddy's guitar is singing like it never left this floor. 6 strings coming home now, I'm not running anymore. Evening settles soft on Clarksdale, crickets starting up their song. Jesse sits out on the porch step where his story first began. 6 strings resting quiet in his lap beneath the Delta star, wondering if a broken man can learn to build again. The station in Clarksdale looks smaller than he pictured. Same peel and paint, same bench, same rusted overhang above. Jesse steps down slow with his suitcase and his 6 strings. Feels the Delta heat wrapped around him like a memory of love. Nobody's waiting on the platform, no reporters, no fanfare, just a dog asleep in the shade and a farmer loading grain. Jesse almost laughs out loud at how the silence greets him. After years of screaming crowds, this quiet feels like rain. He walks the road toward Big Sam's, past the fields he used to walk through. Cotton balls still wag against the red clay.
Ah, that April, harder than we'd ever seen. The rains came hard that April, harder than we'd ever seen. The river started climbing past the banks, swallowing up the green. Well, it came banging
saving something else. When the river rose that April, it didn't care whose house it took. When the river rose that April, every prayer, every look went up toward heaven, asking for the mercy of a closing book. The whole town turned out of working, black and white side by side. The whole town turned out of working, black and white side by side, stacking sandbags through the night against that rising tide. Junie stayed with Sam up on higher ground, safe inside of Daddy's church. Junie stayed with Sam up on higher ground, safe inside of Daddy's church. I worked till my hands were bleeding, left me aching, left me hurt. Marcus lost his family's tool shed, watched it float on down the bend. Marcus lost his family's tool shed, watched it float on down the bend. But he kept on stacking sandbags, I can't stop now, gotta defend. When the river rose that April, it didn't care whose house it took. When the river rose that April, every prayer, every look went up toward heaven, asking for the mercy of a closing book. Big Sam drove down from Clarksville soon as he heard the news. Big Sam drove down from Clarksville soon as he heard the news. Stood beside me in the mud, said, we're gonna beat this, we ain't gonna lose. 3 days and nights we fought that river, barely stopping to eat or sleep. 3 days and nights we fought that river, barely stopping to eat or sleep. Watched the water creep up to our door, watched how high it tried to creep. On the third night, standing waist deep in cold river water, passing sandbags down a line of exhausted, mud-covered strangers and friends alike. I thought about every kind of trouble I'd ever faced. Delilah leaving, Ray Kingston's fine print, Rosalie's lies. None of it prepared me for something as plain and honest as a river. It didn't care about contracts or heartbreak, just kept rising regardless. But something about that plainness felt almost like a mercy. There was nobody to be angry at, no man to confront.